right, cool. Looks okay enough. Looks like it's a little bit better lit too. Hey, knockoff, what's up, buddy? All right, you are the first one here, so which knife do you think we're gonna get? Hey, no, I'm happy to see you here, man. That's good news. Yeah, I've got to stay up stupid late, so I got all the time in the world tonight. Now we're gonna see if I got 4 hours of cutting in me. Yes, sir. That is the Terminus XR. That is the Terminus XR that I am disappointed by quite a bit. So we've got, so this pocket clip right here and the way it's set up, it is pretty much impossible to get it into the waistband or the hem of a pocket. And pulling it back out is also a nightmare. It just grabs on and doesn't let go. I probably need to try bending this out a little bit and relaxing it some, and then maybe I'd feel better about it. But last year, back I think in April, like early April, I sent in a request and paid for the shipping to get a couple of Terminus XR LTE pocket clips to fix this problem. And like I think it was November, I still didn't have them, so I called them back and I confirmed like Terminus XR LTE, and it was like the ones that don't have the SOG cutout, right? The plain ones. Yeah, they sent me 2 of these. So I'm just mad as hell about the thing overall. But I figured I don't carry it, so we gotta, yeah, we got it here. That's because this pocket clip's garbage, man. It is the worst pocket clip I've ever used. And it's a fucked up shape, so you can't get an aftermarket. Like, you're stuck with this unless you buy an XR LTE, or the new XRs have the right pocket clip. They don't have this anymore, but I don't want to buy a whole nother XR just to get a new pocket clip. So fuck it. I just dropped it. But yeah, so we got 4 people in here. No, this is one of the worst I've ever used. Like, this is one of the worst pocket clips I've ever handled. Like, there are the, I kind of classify the ones on the Bud K knives, the really flat ones that have the holes drilled in them that are always tipped down. Those are all just one pocket clip, one type of pocket clip, and it's the same across the board. That is kind of the universal standard for awful. I've had a couple, but that is one of the worst. And for a knife that costs that much, I am so upset with it. All right, let's see. I'm finishing my setup. I've got a new ring light up here. So y'all tell me, like, if the lighting on this looks better and if the whole thing looks nicer. I got a new ring light set up, and this one's got a much larger light on it than the other one. But yeah, guys, if you're watching, man, pop into the chat and say, hey, man, let me know who you are. And knockoff, I'm going to let you guess which one of these you think we're going to get. The Terminus, the gas station, the Kalashnikov, or the CJRB Tigris. And I cannot tell you how much, I do not want to use this. The ergonomics are fucked up. It's going to be painful the whole night. Personally, I want the Kalashnikov. I just dropped the hell out of it. It's one of the easiest shaves off a knife I've gotten in a long time. Fook! So we're trying to guess which knife the die is going to give me tonight. Knives are life. Hello! So the Kalashnikov is the spear point. But yeah, like, so guys, put your guesses in now before I roll. We got the Terminus XR. We got the TAC Force. Yeah, the TAC Force with the garbage pocket clip I was just talking about that's on every cheap knife. Boker Kalashnikov or CJRB Tigris. Which one do you think we're going to get? I do not want the Tigris. It's going to hurt like hell all night. Fook, let me quote the late great Archimedes. Give me a long enough lever and a place to stand and you can go fuck yourself. It might be trash at cutting cardboard, but it's not going to hurt my hand nearly as much as that, and maybe that. All right, so we got to guess for the Boker. Please don't roll another 16 to 20. It's been 2 weeks in a row. You owe me this. 14. Bro, we got the Kalashnikov. We got the Kalashnikov. We got a 14. So this thing, I spent a long time stropping it and getting it as sharp as I could possibly get it. I don't know if the hair's not really showing up here, but this thing shaves easy as hell. So we're gonna put these away for next time. Yeah, you guys guessed it, man. Y'all hooked me up, man. But let's take a look at how sharp it is at the moment before we get going on this. And this is Aus 8. So this is our first Aus 8 blade that we've done here. Yeah, it is sharp. Like, I stropped it and then I sent it through all the strops a second time. So we're going with this. Also, Wilderness Bushcraft, what's up, man? Yeah, sorry, I've been in about 5 places at once today. But as a special treat later on tonight, I did get you guys a pizza box. We are going to start cutting up cardboard and see how this thing do. I am curious about the cutting geometry just because it's got the like, it's kind of hard to describe. There's a hollow grind from the center to the top and a hollow grind from the center to the bottom. You know what? I've carried this and I've used it and I like it. I don't have a problem with the grind. Nope, cutting cardboard ain't a problem. I'm still on for Blade this year right now. The money's still sitting in the bank and I'm still stacking it up. I just got to decide whether it's 1 day and I look for a cool knife or 3 days and I don't buy much. That's my dilemma. But no, this has no problems cutting this. So it's 5:06 now. Yeah, I'm probably not going to have a lot of video from Blade Show unless you want me uploading like 7,000 20-second clips because I don't have a good way to stitch everything together. Like, I tried going into YouTube Studio to see if that had some functionality, but it doesn't. And I'm not in a position, like, yeah, I know I'm in for Friday. I'm probably going to ride with my buddy Michael. I usually ride with him every year. The only caveat to that is every year at about 4 p.m. he needs to be home for a birthday party or something like that, or at least the last 2 years now. So that's why I'm thinking about maybe just going all 3 days. I got some friends there that I only see at Blade Show that I would love to see. Huh. I didn't know they did these in D2, but this is indeed Aus 8. So one thing I'm going to need from one of you guys at some point soon here is the live streams going through April. Probably starting with the next live stream. I got a friend of mine that he's one of the best human beings I know, flat out. But every April he is raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. He streams on Twitch, and so I'm going in on that too to help him out here. And I'm going to need somebody to promote to moderator that'll be here for most of it, that can keep it up in chat and keep the link posted so that we can kind of push that, because I think last year he made like $5,000 and he's made enough money to grant 3 wishes so far. So of course we're trying to blow that out of the water. But I don't have the link from him yet. He just got back from traveling, so we're gonna be getting on that soon. Like I'm hoping. Oh, okay, that's you, Michael. All right, brother. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know about doing all 3 days or one. If I do all 3 days, of course, I'll have to do myself the courtesy of driving on Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, I know we're gonna get there early, and we're gonna be in line. And we're gonna be in the door early, and I'll be digging around looking for a. Yeah, Michael, how did I forget that was your channel, man? Like, how the hell did I forget? It's been a long time since I've seen it. That's why. Yeah, Wilderness Bushcraft is the guy I'm going to Blade Show with on Friday, and probably Sunday. Yeah, my only kick in the nuts here though is if I do 3 days, I'm probably not gonna be able to buy shit while I'm there. We need to get a case knife for Cardboard Slayer and just run it into the ground and see how well that steel holds up, because it's got that I mean, I do have my other phone up, but I have 0 mobile games going on there. I don't do mobile games. I don't know why, but sitting there trying to game on my phone, especially when I'm waiting for something, just causes more tension than it relieves. Nah, I'm good, dude. I'm pretty sure if you need to watch someone do a Clash Royale stream out there, there's plenty of channels for that. This, however, is a cardboard slaying channel. We're making Publix Greenwise Honey Nut Toasted Oat cereal understand in detail what it did wrong. That's what it gets for being organic. Now, I tell you what, a real man's hobby is anything on the Wii U. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to lie, I wish I could put Fortnite on my Wii U just because that gamepad is so fucking comfortable. Like, I love that, Brother, I don't have money to pay for anything. That's, me with knives, what's up? I don't got money to pay for anything. That's part of why, like, I'm complaining about Blade Show options. When I looked on eBay, I found a whole bunch of like rough examples for like, you know, 19, 20 bucks a pop. So I'll probably end up going one of those just because I'm going to sharpen it myself and do all that. And then we're going to wail on it. And then I'm probably never going to touch it again. So that'll be a $20 live stream. Now, do we want the mummy, the scuba diver, the alien, or the knight? Somebody pick one. First one gets it. Yeah, if you can get a few bucks for it, get a few bucks for it. Mummy, all right, you win. We'll do the alien next. The alien can be on deck. All right. Yeah, the new ring light. Yeah, when they do the music, those are the best ones. But the new ring light, everything's sitting a little bit lower and at weirder angles, so it's kind of hard for me to not hit it right now until I get used to the difference. But I ended up getting a second ring light so I don't have to like take one of them down, bring it over here, set it up, and then move it back to the other table whenever I'm ready to do a review or something like that. Yes, sir. This is OS 8. This is definitely OS 8. Yeah, that was part of why I threw this in here. I don't think I have anything else, and I know I've got other stuff in OS 8, but nothing comes to mind. And I figured we haven't had something like this show up for something like this, so figured I'd get a knife I wanted to use. I'm sure next week the dice won't be so kind. Like I know we want to do AR RPM 9, but I've got the Pyrite and I've got that Tigris. I don't carry the Tigris that much, and holding it tight in my hand is painful. Like there's some stuff that really digs in. I want to know how the AR RPM 9 holds up. Yeah, no, that's the thing. D2, OS 8, 8CR, they're all molecularly almost the same thing. The differences are tiny. However, we haven't done OS 8, so here's some OS 8. Yeah, I've got the Rat too. But I'm also kind of looking at knives that I don't mind the beat down on the finish that the cardboard does. That's the other part of that too, is like the cardboard will beat your finish up. And of course you got to sit there and sharpen it afterwards. Like if I'm going to sharpen one of the knives that I really want to use, I'm going to put it on the precision adjust, and that's like a 30 some odd minute process to really get in there and get it all done and get it done how I like. And I'm still learning how to use that thing, so I'm still using knives I don't really mind beating up. And personally, I think the Boker Kalashnikovs BD1 variants, I don't know what those are, brother. You're going to have to provide a little clarity. Oh, I don't have any BD1 variants that I know of. I don't think I have any BD1. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that oddity on something like that. Yeah, so basically OS 8 is not supposed to have quite as much edge retention and a little bit lower HRC than like 8CR or something like that. But it's also supposed to be like crazy, crazy tough. So what I'm interested in seeing is like we've had 8CR. No, the only Spidey that I have is that Tenacious, and I believe that is 8CR if I'm not mistaken. But like we know 8CR can run 4 hours. It can run about 2.5 to 3.5 hours before it really needs a strop. So if this sticks to what I've been told and what I've seen about it, then it'll probably need a strop around 2 hours. So that's one interesting thing. Like molecularly, nearly identical to 8CR, nearly identical to 440, but it's purported to have a bit less edge retention, which, given how quickly it's stropped up, I tend to believe it, at least right now, not knowing that much going into it. Yeah, I mean, the more we do this and the more, the less I care about being ginger with the knives that I want to keep looking nice, the more we're going to get into stuff like that. The Rat 2, just all the stuff that I'm comfortable with sharpening and still carrying afterwards. No, my Terminus XR is D2, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's D2. It's a Cryo D2. What's up, Midnight? The dice were kind to me this evening, and they gave me the Boker Kalashnikov and not the CJRB Tigris, so it's going to be a good time. And I sharpened the piss out of this thing before, I sharpened the piss out of it yesterday in anticipation of maybe getting it. All right, knockoff, man, be good. Enjoy the next couple hours. Yeah, I know at one point D2 was supposed to be like the steel to end all steels. However, I totally missed that chapter of the knife world. Because I think it was only about most of a year before I started this channel when I really started getting back into knives again. I mean, before that, like, I liked knives, but I couldn't afford anything, so I was just carrying gas station grade crap. That and that Schrade 470T Beast. That thing's been with me since like 1998. If it wasn't serrated, we'd do Cardboard Slayer with it. Oh, okay. Well, no, I mean, D2 used to be basically S35VN as far as being considered like a super steel. That was a while ago, though. But yeah, no. I definitely buy a lot of my stuff on the budget side. Like, if I'm going to blow a wad on S35VN, it's going to be a cold steel. Like, it just is. But as much S35VN as cold steel is flooding the market with, that's going to be turning into a budget steel soon. All right, man. Be good. I'll see you in a couple hours. I don't think I'm giving these away. They're being recycled and sent back to nature. I tell you what, when somebody gives me a Sabenza, how's that sound? Somebody gives me a Sabenza to keep, I'll do Cardboard Slayer for you on it. How's that sound? Is that fair? But that might be where I can make an exception, just because that's worth enough money that I could probably justify it. And I might have it mailed to a neighbor or something like that and just pick it up there. Now, I will say, with the way this grind is, it's definitely interesting. It's kind of wandering around in the cut. Right? Maxilla! No, that's the thing. If you send me something, don't expect it to come back. Like, I may have the best of intentions, but it might take me like 3 weeks to get to the UPS store. And then that's the other part of it too, is if something happens during shipment, I don't want to be on the hook for it, you know? And like a lot of the groups I'm in, especially the higher end groups, guys are having a lot of problems with like USPS, UPS, and FedEx, like losing knives or delivering empty packages. And yeah, I don't want to be a victim of that and have to deal with the aftermath. So yeah, you weren't wrong that the grind's a little bit weird for cutting cardboard, but honestly, as bad as a bunch of the other grinds we've had have been, this is nothing. That was going to bother me sitting on the lights. And this live stream is not sponsored by Dr. Publix, but here we are. It's cutting pretty good, Maxilla. I also sharpened the living piss out of it yesterday, in the hopes that the dice would give me this knife today, or the D20. Some people like to be pedantic. So yeah, right now it's just lasering through this. There's not much resistance, but the way the grind's set up, it likes to wander around side to side in the cut a lot, which is interesting. Like, you can see where the cut is definitely not a straight line. Why, thank you, Tristy P1. Yeah, that's the thing. I like a good burp with these lights that are voice activated or sound activated. It just makes it so damn funny. And like, so I ordered the hander pants for the live streams for you guys, and right after I hit order, I was sitting there staring at the wall. And like, it dawned on me, I'm slowly becoming the Dr. Demento of this oddball little corner of YouTube. No, so you're talking about private citizens sending each other knives from home, not Blade HQ, not Knife Center. You're talking about guys that worked out deals in Facebook groups, and you know, sent out like $400, $500, $800, $1,200 knives, and then the package showed up empty. Like, that was happening a bunch. This is not. And you're talking about guys that have bought and sold plenty of knives on Faceballs. It's not like they don't know what they're doing. It's just a lot of lost packages and a lot of packages showing up empty. I'm expecting around 9 o'clock. I'm going to see if I can run longer. So about another 3.5 hours is typical. But may go longer. So if you got to do something, go for it. You are safe. So, while we're here, let's take a moment of silence for the poor souls that were in the middle of administering oral sex when Thanos snapped. Thank you for that moment of silence. Yeah. Me, whenever I do stuff, like I learned how to tape boxes up for FedEx when I worked at a spot where I was doing shipping for a place that I worked briefly. So like, I know how to make a box pretty much bomb proof, but yeah, still. Yeah, no, think about this. So, you know, just given the odds, there's more than a few people that were in the middle of cranking one out. Like, they were having a field day on their junk when Thanos snapped. And they get unsnapped. All right, not only is it 5 years later and their house has been sold to, like, some family So, like, they reappear unsnapped, butt-ass naked, hand on dick, where a chair used to be, and fall on the floor. And that's probably going to be someone's, like, kid's bedroom or something like that. Hey, I miss, like, I saw the Star Trekking thing, but I didn't get the reference. Sorry. Like, I see the comments, but I already can't respond to all of them, especially when I'm on a tangent. Like, if I go on a tangent, that's it. Y'all, good luck getting them read. But you imagine poor guy's like one stroke away, like right about that, it feels like a sneeze, only better, and gets unsnapped and just falls on the floor in some kid's bedroom, skeets across the room, and then has to deal with like their parents coming in and like beating the shit out of them or something. Or like the poor guy that was like poor guy's like taking a shit in the bathroom of an airplane going across the country. And like he is like 70% of the way pushing out like the biggest turd of his life. He gets unsnapped, shitting midair, and falls to his death. Like there's so much irresponsibility with so many irresponsible parts of unsnapping. And I did decide to treat myself to try to keep the stream going a bit longer tonight because I got to be awake till like 1:32 a.m. I'm not going to be here till 1:32 a.m., but I got to be awake a long time. Yeah, Punisher, what's up, man? Yeah, no, we were talking about the poor guys that were in the middle of masturbating when Thanos snapped. And then the consequences of them being unsnapped. Especially like they're mid-stroke, like the last half stroke away from it felt like a sneeze, only better. And like reappearing in a house where their chair used to be and their computer used to be and all that. And like some kid's sitting there and that just falls out of the air in front of them. Dude hits the floor from chair height, skeets across the room, and then has to figure out why children are screaming at him. And Punisher, you'll be happy to know, if you didn't see it, the Hander Pants are ordered. I don't know yet whether those are going to be live stream exclusive or for all videos, but I kind of feel like it's going to take away from what I'm trying to do on all the reviews. Like, yeah, it'll be funny, but I don't think it's going to do quite what I want there. And yeah, no, you were right. The grind, can't remember who said it, but the grind's a little odd for cutting cardboard. It is definitely like digging in and chewing more than cutting in some respects. I think it's because the high point being in the center right here, it's letting it wander side to side a lot. Like I can see where the problem is. I'm going to say right now, it's still a lot easier to cut with than just about all the knives we've had recently. It's a hollow grind, but you don't have a giant flat at the end of the hollow grind holding it back. So what have you guys been getting into today? I went outside and I cut 2 trees down and processed them and got them off of the property. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Let's see, Friday. Friday I was off work. I need to subscribe to Bees Blades just to try to catch a live. And I hate sounding like I'm bashing the guy, but it's just like the few things I've watched, it seems like very saccharine and insincere, the forced positivity. and it bugs me, but I think that's maybe more of a me problem perceiving something that isn't there than him. But yeah, like, I haven't gotten to use a chainsaw in a while. So like I looked at it like it was a bigger job than it actually was. Yeah, like I said, I think he's probably genuine about it. I'm just looking at it and I'm responding to something that I don't fully understand. Like I don't understand why my brain is looking at it like that. Like I'm not sure what it is about me. Like it's a me problem. I feel comfortable saying it's a me problem, not a him problem, and I don't know what the me problem is there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's just something about the way he's naturally happy that just hits me as like just like forced, like too much energy is being forced into it instead of it being organic. And I don't know whether that's the PTSD talking or what, and that might be it. Like I've been around people that were forcing that kind of happiness, and it turned very sour very quickly. Um, oh damn, that's a hell of a win, dude. But yeah, like, you know, I've done a lot of work as a groundskeeper. I've worked for roads and grounds crews and stuff like that. And I have taken apart a lot of trees that have been downed. When September 11th happened, I wound up spending a lot of time taking down trees along the fence lines on Dobbins Air Reserve Base in Georgia, clearing security paths for four-wheelers to go through. I worked at the University of West Georgia. They had these just old growth oaks. They were all like a couple hundred years old. And those things were fragile as shit, and so much bad weather came through there that we wound up having to like process those down into manageable chunks all the damn time when the weather got bad. All right. Yeah, as I said, I mean, again, it's not like I'm trying to say bad things about bees at all. I don't know the guy well enough to have a problem with him at all. I'm just pointing out the weirdness with my own brain. Like, I'm pointing out the me problem, not the him problem. Yeah, my work schedule has been so fucked up that I can't ever give an LCV Blades Edge, what's up? That you know, I can't ever guarantee I'm gonna be anywhere. That's just like today. That could have been today could have easily been changed just by my manager going, yeah, no, screw you, you don't get your Sunday. But that's all right. I'm gonna work on fixing that. Like, I don't know whether a transfer to a different store with different people will fix the scheduling issue. It makes sense that it would, but I've got to get out of that store. I've got to. between the schedule and the stress. You know, schedule and the stress. I don't think I've slept a full night in like a month now. I'm assuming you're going to town on yourself, practicing very violent self-flagellation, LCV. That's what I'm going with. Alas, Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch, we hardly knew ye. I thought these boxes would be a better height, but they are like exactly the height of the bottom cross member of the ring light frame. Yeah, this grind is definitely weird for cutting cardboard. Jeez, I'm gonna keep saying it too. Like, if you can see, these cuts are not straight lines at all. So what kind of compound did you get with the strop you're making, or what are you going to use for it? Yeah, the D20 picked a Boker Kalashnikov. I think 2 weeks in a row was enough for me and the bad luck. Now, what was I going to say? I had a knife that I was terrified of having to use all night, sitting in there waiting to go, but I got lucky. Now, the one thing I'm running into, and it was pointed out that it's not a great grind for cutting cardboard, but you got a hollow here and a hollow here, so this thing is just kind of wandering side to side in these cuts. Yeah, so I know you're making a strop. What compound are you using? Are you planning on using with that? I'm kind of curious to see how you're going about it. Yeah, oh, I can't tag people worth of shit in live streams. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it's wrong. Pokey Sly, Arizona. Hey, I read that. What's going on, man? This is the Boker Kalashnikov with the spear point blade on it in AUS 8. Yeah, LCV. I tell you what, man, if you get you some diamond paste, which you can get on Amazon, that really, really, really turns the strop into a totally different beast. Like, I'll keep talking about it. Oh, yeah, see, like, I don't see tags on that, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, like, I'm right there with you. I'd love for my steels on the whole to get better. Like, I'm able to bring in a nicer knife on a regular basis to mix in with the gas station stuff. I'm just not there right now. And I can't say gas station, but like the budget stuff where I'm trying to find, you know, diamonds in the rough. Yeah, so I will tell you what I do on my paste, just for a reference. But I've got a 10 micron here, 5 micron here, and then I threw 2.5 micron on a smaller strop. If you were to get a two-sided strop for this, you go down to like 2 or 1 micron and really finish mirroring that edge off. But this gets me a lot of very, very sharp edges very easily. Yeah, so just about everything that I have, especially stuff that I use on a regular basis, came from Amazon, Blade HQ. I've ordered from White Mountain Knives and Smoky Mountain Knife Works so far, and I think I ordered one from Knife Center. But most of it comes from Amazon, and again, a lot of it is, you know, I'm trying to find good stuff for basically under 35 bucks, which I think I've been doing really good at. I think I've developed a knack for finding really good stuff for, you know, under 35 bucks. Pins and pin blades. What's up, man? Speaking of pins, I have pin kits sitting in my shop in the drawer underneath my lathe waiting to get turned, and it's just like the blacksmithing. I'm just like, I can't get my head into it right now. And it's like a couple of really, really, really nice kits, and I got some olive wood from Bethlehem with certificates of authenticity. And it's like, they're just sitting there. Haven't touched them. But I will say, over the course of these live streams, I think we've proved that, you know, the performance of the 8CR, 7CR, 3CR, the performance on those steels is significantly better than people think it is. Like, significantly. Actually, the last thing I did with a stack of pin blanks is just make lanyard beads. And actually, this one came from a TJ Maxx cutting board. If you go to TJ Maxx and you can find the cutting boards for like $9, you get a big old slab of olive wood with crazy figure on it that you can make pin blanks, knife scales, lanyard beads, all that out of. Yes, sir. This is a Boker Kalashnikov spear point blade, AUS 8 steel. The 20-sided die had the choice of a SOG Terminus XR, Attack Force Gas Station Special, this knife, and a CJRB Tigris. And this is the one the 20-sided die picked out for us. Which, the last 2 weeks in a row, it gave me the exact knife I didn't want to use and destroyed this part of my hand. I lotioned the hell out of this morning, and it's back to looking like this. It is so bad. Actually, I did that after I finished taking that tree down, or those 2 trees down. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, I've also got to get the resin casting started back up again. Now that the pressure pot in the garage can sit a little bit warmer, thanks to the temperatures outside, I may actually have resin curing out the way I want it to. Like, the garage wasn't freezing, but it also wasn't as warm as it could have been. And we're getting close to the hour mark, and at the hour mark, we're going to check the sharpness again. See how that do. But whoever wins the 1,000 subscriber giveaway is getting like 2 lanyard beads that I made, so hopefully they'll appreciate them. That knife's been sitting there waiting for a while. No, the Tigris is in AR RPM 9. Josh, what is up, dude? I could be wrong, but no, No, it's our RPM 9. It is the Kajerb proprietary blend. But yeah, so yeah, thanks. I like the blade on this too. Like this kind of a drop point or something like this is my favorite kind of EDC blade profile. Just because it's just so general purpose. I don't mind a clip point so much, but if I got to do a piercing cut, it's harder to control. You know, it's just, this is in my opinion, this and a normal drop point that's not a, doesn't have a dagger grind like this on it. Like a drop point with a full flat or almost full flat is one of the best things you can have on you day to day. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. I don't know. Like the last time I went on Blade HQ, they still had some. Let's do some Google Foo. Boker Kalashnikov Discon. Okay, so this, what I'm seeing here is they discontinued OS 8 blades and are going to D2 on this website. Yeah, no, these are like 2 years old, so I don't think they're being discontinued. Okay, so Me With Knives got it too. Yeah, like really the difference between a drop and a drop point and a spear point is not much at all. Maybe the angle of the point here. Swave, what's up, dude? No, like OS 8 was like the selling feature for the Kalashnikov because the steel is just reported to be incredibly tough. Like I don't know why they'd move off of that. Unless OS 8's getting more expensive to produce for some reason. Or getting harder to purchase. I think everybody here is doing all right. I think at the that's the best way to put it. You ain't gonna believe this shit, but I have legs. It's amazing. Wow, I wish I could have caught that. Like now I have to take a look at my other Kalashnikovs and see if they're OS 8 or D2. Like I've got the Desert Warrior, the Desert Warrior that came out before they dropped a million variants. I need to see it. I think that one's OS 8, but I've got another one. It's a Warncliffe or a modified Warncliffe that I haven't looked at. Maybe in D2. Muzzle also tough. Oh, cool, dude. Yeah, like honestly, I think like a lot of people should experience the gin knife. But that's just me. I have not seen the Desert Warrior field notes, but my Desert Warrior was like the third or fourth drop. It was the last drop before they started doing like the 5 million variants. Like it was the only drop. It was the last time. It was the only one they dropped. And I believe I owe somebody the alien. All right. What do you got for us today? All right, we got some good ones out of that one. Oh yeah, the Swiss Tech. Jesus, I should have bought both of the Swiss Techs while I was there, but I talked myself out of it. I just went for the Werdig. But as good as the Werdig is, I don't regret it, but I should have. Come on. It is scary as hell when they hit the tip right here at the thinnest part and then it slides out of the cut. Like, it's scary. I haven't seen a Werdig in black micarta. They have a different knife in black, but it's not the Werdig. I have never seen anybody with a Werdig in black micarta. Yeah, I can see that. I will say one thing that steered me away from the black one wasn't just that I liked the way the Werdig looks so much, but that kind of the pill shape of the scales and overall looked like it would probably carry good, but also be kind of boring. Like I bet it carries exceptionally well. And don't worry, lads, we do have the pizza box, but we're going to save that for about the middle of the stream. Really build the suspense. Oh, God. Garunda, is that the name of the other one that I didn't get? I think it is. And I know you guys are waiting for it, so I'm gonna find one of the Bisquick boxes next and punish myself with it. Yep. There it is. I'm about to put myself through some hell for you guys. God, those boxes suck to cut. I prefer you saying you were slippery like a leak, but I get what you're saying. As dry as my hands stay at work, I don't think I'd appreciate that at all. A good EDC for boxes. Really, almost anything's a good EDC for boxes. Ah, Fook, you out of here? All right, man. Also, hey, Carrot. Like if you're trying to break these things all the way down, you know, you're kind of looking for something with a good flat grind is the big thing. Just flat all the way up. You don't want a hollow grind if you can help it. Let's see. What off the top of my head has done the best for boxes so far? I know the Gin Captain knife, that did really good. Jeez. And the thing is, with the cardboard slayer, we've been doing like kind of crap knives, so it's been kind of hard to settle on any one. Yeah, that is a good question. Like, what's your budget? And the fastback's not a bad choice. Oh man, my box of shredded cardboard just fell over. You son of a bitch. No, you go back where you belong. Go back. Go back. Your mother's a whore. Okay. The Knight's Edge, what's up? Yeah, we're doing a Boker Kalashnikov right now. That's what the 20-sided die picked for us. This cardboard's on the softer side, so it doesn't like these cuts at all. So this is what I'm talking about. When it tears right here instead of slices, like it makes this cut damn near impossible to finish. For fuck's sake. Yeah, this cardboard does not like me. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's like I've seen guys do a lot, you know, they do cardboard slayer, but they don't really tell you how much you cut or anything like that. And it's a little more interesting to have proof of just how much you put it through before you say something about it online. And I enjoy hanging out with you guys and talking while we do this. I haven't had that problem with subscribing to anybody. That's a new one. Oh, by the way, I don't know if y'all saw this, but Jen emailed me again. And they're sending me some of their G10 knife kits. The blade is made out of G10 instead of steel. So I'm going to check those out. Boker Kalashnikov. I've got the spear point with the dagger grind on it and AUS-8 steel. But one of their G10 kits is a lockback and not a liner lock. I'm excited about that because I haven't had a lockback taken apart and worked on yet. Yeah, I've never had that happen. That is weird. I do know some people have had the unsubscribe issue. But usually I've made it through a whole video or two before I decide to subscribe anyways. You know, I try to avoid it where I wind up with a million channels I don't watch in the way of the ones I do watch. Yeah, the G10 is kind of for kids or, you know, people that are averse to sharp objects. I think it would make a decent tape popper. I think. And of course, it's going to puncture. Like, I've got one that my uncle had for carrying through... brother, I ain't got the money for a premium pony stout. You kidding me? Like, I am putting money for Blade Show back a few cents at a time, and that, I'm not even joking. It is like 5 cents here, 10 cents there, literally a few pennies at a time. Yeah. Oh, man. I've gone to Blade Show the last 2 years, and I got to see some of my friends that were on Forged in Fire. I get to see one of my friends that I only see at Blade Show. Get to check stuff out. Last year, actually. Well, Robo Stevo, thank you. Thank you. Last year at the Devo table, I scored a prototype Growler V2. One of the best knives I have in my collection. But yeah, it's doing good, but it's weird. The dagger grind on this is letting it trail side to side in the cuts a whole lot, which I didn't expect. However, somebody else mentioned that the grind ain't good for cutting cardboard. It's doing better than a lot of the other knives we've done just because we've done so many garbage knives. But yeah, it is weird having it trail side to side this much. John Doe, what's up? So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Blade Show. It's just a question of, do I go one day and buy something, or I go 3 days and don't buy anything? Clyde, what's up? Yeah, like, you guys that were here earlier, y'all saw my guy that I'm riding with on Friday popped into chat for a little bit. We're past the point of being able to skip bills, sir. Like, I can't even afford the ticket to get on the struggle bus right now. Like, I wish I was joking about that. Thank you, John Doe. Clyde Frog, hey again. Now, I'm not saying Betty Crocker is promiscuous in any way, but I will say she has one tough box. God, would you cut? You son of a bitch. Like, you guys that were here for the last live stream know, this particular cardboard is hard as hell to cut. All right, pins and pin blades, thank you so much for dropping by. I may be using it for walls and ceiling before too long here. Oh. We did not take a look at the edge after an hour. Let us do that. So the edge is still reasonably good. We've only just started wearing off the finer part of the apex. So we're doing okay so far. I think we're gonna get our hours out of this thing before I gotta strop it. Knight's Edge, thank you so much, man. Yeah, happy to have you here. It's always appreciated. Oh my God. Ah. This cardboard is nuts. All right, man. See you later, Knight's Edge. Boker Kalashnikov, you got a spear point with a dagger grind and AUS 8 steel. That is what we're rocking today. At least I got a knife with decent ergonomics this time. Dear God. I hate cutting this cardboard up, guys. Well, yeah, dagger grind, so you got your center line right here, and then you got a hollow grind and a hollow grind off to either side. And it's doing interesting things in the cardboard. I forgot just how difficult this stuff is to cut. Boker's done some stuff that I like, and they've done some stuff that I kind of don't care for, but that's just about everybody that makes anything. You know, the fact that they make the Kalashnikov and make it affordable means they've already got a fan for life. Yeah, I mean, the Kalashnikov automatic, everything about this is good. Like, it is very, very good, especially for the price. Like, it's hard to beat. But me, personally, I also wanted an automatic knife for years and couldn't afford one until I found out these guys existed. Oh, dear God, yeah. So there is a company called Caviar that makes cell phones that run between $10,000 and $100,000. And one of their models has a piece of the Titanic. And a lot of these phones aren't even smartphones. Like, you get a lot of bling and expensive stuff attached to them. And yeah, you just got buttons and that's it. No screen. I've seen the Quaken. I don't know why it didn't grab my attention. Bro, let me tell you right now, one of the things I wanted to develop when the iPhone was new and all that was an app that let you dial like you were on a rotary phone. That would have been fun, and it probably would have done well briefly. Kind of like the lightsaber app. Like, I need to get the lightsaber app again, if it still exists, just because that was a fun one. God, this cardboard sucks to cut. Little known fact, but the pool on the Titanic's still full of water. Oh, Will Survives. That's that kid that's like building cabins and shit and sounds really, really inarticulate when he talks. Isn't he? I like watching the guy's shorts. I do. But it's like he gets halfway into a sentence and just forgets what words are and has to like find them again. Like, we know the guy's a stoner, and I'm pretty sure he's growing plenty of plants where he's at. Which that's probably why he's just baked out of his mind and loses track of what he's saying mid-sentence. Because I remember what I sounded like when I was too goddamn high. You know, I think marijuana, when used responsibly, is a wonderful thing. However, I'm not the kind of person that can use it responsibly. Knock off, you're back! Like, I'm not the kind of person that can do anything mind-altering responsibly. Knock off, you would not believe the number of 10-foot long charging cables I have laying around the house, so I don't have that problem. Yeah, no, after I turned 21, or right about when I turned 21, for some reason, everything backfired and weed turned into smoking an 8-hour panic attack. Apparently, some people experience that. Your body chemistry changes and you stop reacting to it normally. And I gotta say, fortunately, I'm one of those people, because that didn't get me immediately out of bad situations, but it set me on the path to where you know, I could eventually stop putting myself in those situations and around those people. Like I replaced it with alcohol for a while. I replaced the alcohol with painkillers for a while. And, you know, eventually I got clean and got my head straightened out. But, you know, had I not had that moment where where the weed started backfiring, I cannot tell you where I'd be today. Oh God. Wisdom teeth. It was oral surgery. They knocked me out for it, but they didn't really do a whole lot outside of put me under. Now, I had oral surgery to have all the teeth on the top and a couple on the bottom pulled in one go. All right, and they gave me something like a strong anxiety medication. I forget what. It might have been Xanax. And they came in and gave me nitrous oxide. And I was like, yeah, I got clean in 2010, 14 years. But yeah, they came in, they gave me nitrous oxide, and that shit starts settling in. And you know, like I felt that euphoria, and I tried to talk, and I couldn't tell if I was speaking in a normal voice or yelling. So like I went quiet, and then it started kicking in. I'm like, oh God, I feel high. Get it out of my system. I don't want it anymore. Get it out. Get it out. And then it calmed down again a couple minutes later. But Jesus Christ, like that panic was no joke. Yeah, my DOC towards the end there was tramadol. Like I was one of the people that had a profound reaction to it. So, you know, I'd take a couple of those and be buzzed for quite a while. Yeah, I mean, yikes. But no, like CBD, at least for me, CBD kind of results aren't great. CBG, the results on that were pretty good. I've had some good CBD that had the effect that I wanted. You know, it was just you're relaxed, you're not high, you're just relaxed, and you know, kind of your body relaxes a little bit so you can breathe a little easier. I've had some CBD that don't do shit. The CBG, that was pretty good. That was a pretty good experience. I've only had one bottle of that floating around. Oh my God, fractured vertebrae is bad. Morphine, I've only had it in medically administered doses, and when you take it at the right dosage, you don't get the profound effect. But twice now. One time I had something flare up and become inflamed inside my system from a reaction to NSAIDs. I thought my appendix was exploding. So I got to the hospital and they did the CT scan and all that, and the doctor just walks in and goes, "Here, have some morphine." I'm like, a free one, I guess, but there was no reaction. There was pain relief, but no psychotropic reaction. Same thing with the kidney stone that I passed, 5 millimeters. But yeah, I passed a 5 millimeter kidney stone, and they gave me morphine, but it was the correct dosage, and there was no psychotropic effect. I just felt less pain. Oh, believe me, I love Percocet. I love Vicodin, Percocet. I did enjoy drinking up until about 2008, and every time I drank, I ended up crying alone in a dark room. I was like, all right, well, I'm done here. That's not fun. If it wasn't doing so much damage to my brain, huffing lighter fluid was probably one of my favorites. Like, I'm glad I didn't find a way to replicate that experience with something less harmful, because, dear God, I don't think I would have lasted. But that was a hell of a ride. I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I used to be responsible for pretty consistent and regular safety meetings, and it's not because I broke rules. It's because I showed them there needed to be a rule somewhere that there wasn't. So, yeah, the tramadol I didn't sleep all that good with. I didn't throw up that often, but my grandmother's last husband, before he passed away, had a cancer patient grade Vicodin. Two of those, and I did throw up. And I had a very high tolerance at that point, so like those things were potent. When I got clean and stopped abusing the tramadol, I slept about 30 minutes a night for, I believe, was 62 or 63 straight days. I cannot tell you how long that took to go by. Yeah, I've developed a whole lot of hobbies after getting clean, and of course they're all like fixations that last like a few months or a couple of years. So I've always been into knives for as long as I can remember, but again, it's only been in the last couple of years where I started buying them and really got into the hobby side of it. Well, the thing is when I was sleeping like 30 minutes a night, I'd sleep about 30 minutes. So I'm up all night sitting on the couch. I'd watch I Am Legend. I'd watch Hancock. Usually I'd watch 300 or Watchmen and then pick a random movie. And then I would go to work, put in my 8 hours there, come home to the ex-wife starting arguments non-fucking stop, and then do it all over again. I Am Legend, Hancock, 300, or Watchmen, and then pick a random movie and go back to work. All right, bro, that was a 2-month-long day. Like, I'm glad I don't ever have to do that again. Yeah, I didn't have the luxury of going to rehab, although the way rehab is in some places, I don't know if that would have helped me or not, I'll be honest. But I think we've brought the whole room down, man. We need to find some stuff on a lighter note. Yeah, my whole day has been cutting down 2 trees and process them. Yeah, no, the institution scared me. But yeah, my day, I cut down 2 trees and processed them and made them go away. And I ran Fortnite for a few hours. It's so good when it lights those things up. Yeah, one of the things that sucks too is like, I'll open up the PlayStation and I'll open up my friends list, and it's almost entirely people from playing Destiny 2. I no longer play Destiny 2. Bungie can go fucking eat a herpes dick. So, like, I don't have anybody for running Fortnite or Rocket League or anything else with. I just kind of sit there and stare at the screen and then turn the PlayStation back off. I haven't cracked it open yet, but I got Pipeline Punch. I figured I'd save that for the halfway mark when we crack open, and, you know, I'll treat you guys and run a pizza box. You've all been asking, and I, in my magnanimous and humble nature, will provide. And my humility is the stuff of legend. Oh, and who was it? I was talking to somebody on the last stream. I can't remember who, but they were asking if live streams counted towards your watch time. I mean, dude, I'll run it, but we might not. You might not see it again for a year until we go to Blade Show 2025. Just throwing that out there. And I did take a whole week off of work around Blade Show so that I can go be overstimulated, come home, and then no longer be overstimulated for a couple of days. Yeah, so, well, I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, so after I closed the last stream out, it showed 38 hours of watch time in total for that stream. Yeah, I don't know. Is it in 14? No, he said it was D2. Robo Stevo. I am also back like a vertebrae. Yeah. If you know what he's saying, Robo Stevo just told you a lot about himself. You know, I was hoping that I was going to be dead or nearly dead when World War III started, just so I didn't have to deal with the bullshit that comes with living in a world that World War III is happening in. But I didn't get that lucky. Yeah, I was supposed to cut the grass today. It's getting overgrown as hell, and I am in a subdivision, but the trees were more important. They're right up against the side of the house. They've been there for a long time, and the wife's been asking me to knock them down, and I keep saying I will. And when I'm off work, like, I don't have any spoons to hand out. Like, I barely managed getting out of bed. So today I was having a good day, and I had extra spoons, so I went outside and I took the trees down. I don't know whether or not I'm going to bring more lanyard beads to Blade Show this time. I'm still offended at last year's. So, like, Wilderness Bushcraft can tell you, I had a bag just slammed out with really, really nice hand-whittled lanyard beads. You know, stuff like this right here. They were really nice. At the bottom of the bag, I had a whole bunch of skulls that I cast with thermochromic resin. Little throwaways. And I kept trying to just give people beads for free, just kind of put a good vibe out there. Every single one of them passed all the handmade beads and went straight to the bottom of the bag for those little skulls. I was like, what the fuck, guys? I put time into these. Yeah, like I've made a ton of lanyard beads. As a matter of fact, I've got a couple over here. If you guys don't know, this is the 1,000 subscriber giveaway. And this is an Olatan's T025 that I took the titanium over to the forge and flamed it to get some color out of it. I need to clean it, but not going to do that right now. So I've got 2 lanyard beads that are coming with it. I've got this one right here that I made from an old pin blank. And this is another piece of olive wood from cutting board. I'll need to see. I think I still have some skulls in the bottom of the bag. That being said, my resin casting's kind of been on hold. The resin that I have hasn't been cooperating, so I haven't cast any new resin in a while. And the disappointing thing with the thermochromic skulls is they take for fucking ever to change color with the temperature change. So it's not quite what I hoped it'd be. Like, I was hoping it would be like a fast reaction, 30-40 seconds. No, it takes a few minutes, which really detracts from the fun. So that knife is going to be for the 1,000 subscriber giveaway. When I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a giveaway with that thing. Now, that being said, if you want to buy one yourself, they're like 27 bucks on Amazon for titanium. And it's a great little carry. I spent a week with that thing and I loved it. And after that review was over, I kept reaching for it and carrying it even more until I had more stuff to review. I think that's back when the channel was all like 1 minute long shorts. No, I'm not selling the knife. The knife and the beads are a giveaway. Sorry, like, you got to work with me here. Like, there's a delay, a significant delay between when I say something and when your comment shows up, and then it takes a while for you to hear my response to said comment. Olatan's T025. Let me see. I've got a pin somewhere, just so it's easier for you to... There you go, just so you got the spelling on it. I could have just typed that on the phone on the aux account that on the alt account that I'm watching this on next to me. Why the I'm tired, guys. Yeah, so if you've got a good enough source of heat, you can definitely play around with the titanium and do a flame job on it. I need like a small propane torch or something like that to really play with it too and like do the stripes and stuff. But I don't have that luxury right now. So I've got a forge and I can stick it in front of the forge and kind of flame color the whole thing. Oh, we were talking about the 1,000 subscriber giveaway knife. But yeah, I'd like to do more localized heat, and I'm not sure how the guys... It might be the grade of titanium it is, but like guys in my higher end Facebook groups have these flame titanium knives that look fucking amazing. And like the colors are so strong. This one and the Monicala Assault Team 1, both of those, I flamed the titanium. I got a bunch of color out of them. It won't show up on camera, and you can only really see it strong right after you've cleaned it with like Windex or alcohol or something to get the oils off it. But, yeah, it's still cool that you can do that, though. I'll tell you what, man, the height of this chair and doing this for hours really takes a number, does a number on your back. Yeah, you probably could. You know, I'm using a phone camera and I've got whatever lighting is available with ring lights and ceiling lights and all that. I had one picture where the color showed up real good on the Monicala, and then the color, of course, faded out. Yeah, the titanium being titanium color is cool in itself, too. It's just I'd always wanted to do that to some titanium, and I finally found some that I could afford. Like the Monicala Assault Team 1 is also a fantastic knife, and it, at least at the time I bought it, it was like 35 bucks for like a full-size knife with 14C 28N steel, I believe, and titanium for like 35 bucks. You really can't argue with that at all. I just like how lightweight the titanium is, at least on the stuff I have. I know I've had a couple guys say they've got titanium knives that, you know, are boat anchors, but that's not the ones that I have. Oh God, this box is almost done, guys. I see, no you can't, but I can't remember what part of the conversation that was. I've completely lost the plot. Yeah, I don't see. Ah, there we are. You're like, how do you make titanium heavy? Like, are you going out of your way to make that happen, or what? Oh, no, you can't. You can't beat that. Okay. Bro, I just circled all the way back around like 5 times. Yeah, I just figured that out right before it popped up in the comments. Like, I circled back around to that so many times. All right, Midnight, I appreciate you being here. Maybe we'll see you later tonight, but yeah, have a good night, whatever you're doing. This cardboard sucks. The things I do for you guys. Okay. And yeah, I know someone had talked about buying lanyard beads earlier too. And I haven't gotten into that simply because I've already gone into other things. I was making resin jewelry and stuff like that for a while too. And I set up an Etsy page. I had a ton of listings on it. I paid for it every month. 0 fucking sales, even through Black Friday. 0. Like, and it should have been stuff that should have sold with no problems whatsoever, but nope. I ain't sell shit. Really? Okay. Crisco, fuck you. Now, this cardboard's kind of soft. It may cut a little rough. Let's take a look at the edge after doing that Bisquick box. I am definitely feeling some wear on the edge now. Oh, yeah. And for some reason, I can't quit fucking that cut up. Okay, so this is about where 2.5 hours gets us on 8 CR. And it's been 1 hour and 40 minutes. So let's say the steel is definitely on the softer side. We're going to be strapping it before... Oh, nice. We're definitely going to be strapping this earlier than other knives. But again, like Aus8 is supposed to be a lower HRC and be tougher, less brittle, so that's to be expected. No, let's see, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the Captain, this one that we did on the last live stream is D2. This thing took the full 4 hours, and that's about where the edge was at 4 hours on that D2. Oh, that's very cool. I'd love for my Schrade old timer Beast to have adjustable screws on it, but it doesn't. It's riveted together. So I had to get in there and pry the scales apart a bit to loosen the action up to where it functioned one-handed. But yeah, well, that's not a bad deal, man. I really like the DIY knife. I really do. I'm looking forward. They're sending me more stuff, and I want to check out their G10 kits because one of them's a lockback. I've never had a lockback apart or worked on one because all the lockbacks I've had are pinned together, not screwed. So there's no way I could get it apart without destroying it. So I do want to see the inner workings of a lockback and see how that do. I said, personally, I really like the DIY knife. I like that knife a lot. Oh, this cardboard is soft, guys. God, I hate doing that cut on soft cardboard. Yeah, I've gone and looked at like titanium scales and stuff like that for some of the stuff I have, thinking maybe I can make it nicer. And like the scales start costing as much or more than the knife does. And it's like, nah, fuck that. Yeah, that was what I was mentioning earlier, Knockoff. I think I've developed a knack for like finding the sub $35 knives that are actually really good. And we're learning that a lot of these knives are way better than people think they are. They just don't have the right perception. You know, like after everything we've done here, I'll tell you right now, I have no problem rocking 8CR13 on a blade and not even feeling bad about it. All right, well, let me see if that knife's on Amazon. K&I 245. Sir, you are absolutely shitting me right now. It's $9.99 on Amazon right now. The Massillon K&I 245. The 7CR17 59 HRC. Just about 3-inch blade. I am putting this on a credit card right now. Yeah, that Massillon is $9.99 right now. Yeah, me with knives. Thank you. Yeah, no. That is definitely like right up my alley, and like its normal selling price is $30, which is totally reasonable for titanium with 7 CR. I can see that and justify it, but $9.99, fuck that, I'm buying it. Um, Hang on, I can share the link, John. Okay, there you go. I posted a link to it off of my alt account. The monster is open. Yeah, me with knives. Thank you for that, dude. Like right now, I'm carrying an absolutely stellar knife that I picked up for $8. Um, I know nothing about Hanson Firebird. Maybe one of you guys. Oh, Ganzo. Um, I'm not a fan of Ganzo just because I don't know whether or not I'm buying a clone when I get a Ganzo. However, the build quality is there. Like, I've got a few Ganzo Firebirds, and I will say right now, the build quality is there. Like, everything is there. They're worth the money if you don't mind not knowing whether or not you just bought a clone. They make a good knife. I just wish they would go with very, very distinct original designs that I know aren't clones of something else. That's all I want out of them. Let me turn Wi-Fi on real quick. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to turn Wi-Fi on, and I don't want the live stream crashing every hour like it did last time. That was annoying. Yeah, we're gonna have to strut this thing. Yeah, like I'm holding one Ganzo Firebird right here, and this is the FH21 in D2. And I really like the knife's construction quality. It feels great in the hand. Like, everything about it's good. I just don't know whether or not it's a clone of something else. That's the one thing that gets me. And then I've got in the future live streams box, I've got this one. It's the G745 and 440C. I'm reasonably sure it's not a clone of something, but I got this for the 440. You know, it might have been the OnlyFans, which I still wish I had the kind of I wish I had some kind of confidence that that would actually work. just because that'd be fucking hilarious. Yeah, like, honestly, if you're on a tight budget and you don't mind possibly buying a clone, Ganzo's a great way to go. But yeah, so like, on a live stream, one a while ago now, we did the 440 from 1980. And I have some modern 440 in that box so that when the D20 decides we're using that one, we can compare modern to old 440 and see what kind of a difference the heat treatment makes. At least they claim they're 440. I can't imagine why a company would like falsely represent 440 as something else. Like, we know we've got knives that say they're M390 when they're probably 3CR. Like, I'm still amazed. What was it? Like a $7 or $9 Temu knife that claims to be M390. I'm curious. How well does this thing handle cardboard? That cuts way too nicely. That may be a live stream in the future. The ergos are going to suck, but it cuts. Well, I mean, we've been averaging 4 hours of live streaming. We're starting to get a good metric for, like, that 4-hour mark's a pretty good metric for how steel does. I don't know if I'm physically capable of outlasting any of these to the point where the edge is so wrecked it can't do a cut. I thought I could going into this. I thought, yeah, cardboard wrecks your edge. Don't cut cardboard. And that does not. But yeah, no, as long as your heat treatment's good. Like, if you're in a hard use environment and you're really beating on these things, yes, the steel makes a difference. But if you're on Earth and you're not in, like, I've worked in environments where the steel would make a huge difference. It would, but I'm not there now. But, that kind of environment, you're going to be paying a premium for, like, the good stuff that can handle it. Oof, that is rough. Bushcraft. Maybe you'll remember. Last year at Blade Show, there was a table. I'm pretty sure I showed you. I can't remember the name of the company, but they had like those 4 stacks of knives out there, and like they were claiming like S30V and like M390 or something like that for like $40. Dude, I wish I had the setup and the money to go Joe X on stuff. Like, I really do. I could have fun with that. That being said, Joe X is Joe X. He's already doing that, so, there's no reason for me to try to do something and be someone else. Yeah, like, and the thing is, like, what killed me is I was like, I don't have cash. Can you take PayPal or something like that? And like, he couldn't take Zelle. He said they had Zelle, so I tried to use that. Their link didn't work on that. So I was like, hey, I'm going to try to find an ATM and come back with cash. He's like, no, you can take the knife and come back with the cash later. And it's like, I'm a little too honest, dude. I won't be back. Like, I won't. No, I've got Amazon Prime, so the shipping on that's free. Like, I felt bad for the guy too, because like he had this one little table off in the corner, nobody else was nearby, and it was just a folding table with a white paper tablecloth from the party supplies at Kroger, and these 4 stacks of knives sitting on top of Xerox paper with the prices on them. And yeah, it's kind of sad. I really want to know, like, I wish I would have grabbed a couple of them just for this, because I'd love to see if one of the Facebook groups I'm in, one of the guys said that yeah, so sometimes you can get those steels that cheap. They're just, you know, the heat treatment isn't as guaranteed as, say, higher end stuff. You know, you might get a worse heat treatment, so you might be getting the same kind of edge retention you'd get out of a ACR. I think it's about time for my favorite that still has batteries in it. There we are. That was the one I wanted. Well, that was the thing, like, I couldn't tell if it was just guys that were struggling or it was a scam. I couldn't tell. Because it was one model of knife. They only had one model of knife. 4 separate times. Listed with 4 different blade steels. And it's like, or like it was 3. It was like either 3 or 4. And like the most expensive one there was $40. And it was claiming some kind of high-end steel on it. It was like just, the whole thing was confusing. It's just the fact that the guy said I could take the knife and come back with the cash later that really threw me. Like, I don't know if he just hadn't been in America before and, you know, lived somewhere where the honor system was a lot more important to the people there, or what. You know, that's what threw me. It's like, I mean, it might have been, like, I don't know what it was. But, like, the guy, he could handle some pretty basic English, but it really didn't seem like he'd been speaking it long enough to really be, like, you know, proficient. And I got the feeling he just got flown out here with a stack of knives and just dropped it like the cheapest possible setup of the table, like something I'd have the budget to set up, and then left to fend for himself. Like, no PayPal, no Cash App, nothing. It's like, bro, what the hell is this? Yeah, like, sorry, like, I would feel terrible for a long time if I didn't go back and pay the guy. But I also knew that it would take forever to find an ATM, and then I'd have to decide whether or not I wanted to pay the ATM charge of like $7 for using it at that convention center. So it was the weirdest damn thing, and like, I wanted to take a picture too, but I really didn't want to come off like I was mocking the guy or, like, you know, being a dickhead to him directly, because I could not tell what his situation was. You know, because if he did just get kind of thrown to the wolves out there and got left stranded without any backup, and, you know, he's just having a real hard time, like, I really didn't want to be blasting the guy like that. Yeah, I'm planning on bringing cash this year just to make my life easier, if I have any to spare. That's the problem. If I pay for a 3-day ticket, I'm probably not going to have enough money to buy anything while I'm there. Just walk around and look. I have only recently installed Google Translate, and that's just because I have to translate English to Arabic to communicate with like 2 of my guys at work at all. One of them is pretty good with English, but real bad at listening. Other guy has been here for 6 months and he's taking classes, so his English isn't that good yet, but he's getting better. I try to work with him on that when I can, but you know, like I honestly don't know how to help teach someone with very, very little skills how to get over the hump with that, you know. I mean, that's the thing is I'd like to pick something up at Blade Show. Like, I want to go in there and hunt down another prototype like that. Prototypes to me are significantly cooler than production versions, even if the steel is perceived to be subpar. It's like the production Growler V2, I think, was 14C28N, and I think that's what it was. It might have been something higher in than that. Mine is in D2. I don't care. Like, I don't use these things hard enough for there to be enough of a difference to matter. Gentlemen, I am so much more tired than I anticipated being right now. Well, that was the thing is Lefty had the knife sitting out there, and I was asking about it because he had the Growler sitting out there. So I was asking about it, and then because the Growler had, you know, kind of mundane looking scales, it looked a little bit more mundane, and I saw one sitting there that had white scales on it. So I asked him about that, and he's like, "That's a prototype." I was like, "I really want the white scales." So we worked out a price, and I bought it from him for like, I think, 75 bucks, which kind of blew my entire budget. I picked up one other knife for $40 while I was there, and that's it. Like, the last few cents I had went on a... Chris, Crypto Life, what's up, brother? But went on a pretzel. Like, this, the last couple bucks I was able to afford to spend went on a pretzel. But that was kind of... And what I did not know is I had the Growler V2 prototype, because, like, I thought it was a Growler prototype, an old one that he had laying around that he was just getting rid of. It was like, cool, prototype, sweet. And so I carried it. I did videos on it and all that. And then Lefty popped up in the comments on one and said, "Thanks, man," because, you know, I said many good things about it. And then he said, "No, that's a V2." And I had the Growler V2 prototype months and months before the Growler V2 released. All right. You guys know I spoil you, right? You know I spoil you. Well, we're going to do our cut test first and see just how bad the edge is worn down. It's probably getting pretty bad now. I dropped the paper. Oh, it is having a hard time cutting. It's still cutting, but yeah, this is like the equivalent of about 3 hours, 3.5 hours on HCR. Well, no, that's the thing. I didn't know who he was. Like, I just stopped by the Devo table because I'd heard the name a couple times and saw some, you know, good-looking knives and pictures. So I'm like, "Hey, Devo, all right." And I'm just standing there talking to him, and I didn't find out it was him until months and months later. At least I'm pretty sure it was Lefty. It's been long enough that I don't remember exactly. But you know I spoil you guys, right? We're finally doing Pizza Box. Finally doing Pizza Box. And see, this is an authentic pizza box. It did have pizza in it at one point. Actually, you know what? Next time I'm at Little Caesars, I need to see if they'll just give me a stack of boxes. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it was him. but only pretty sure. This is fairly thin cardboard. It should be cutting easier than it is, but I think it's this blade profile and the edge. Nah, if you ain't ordering it with pepperoni, you ain't right with Jesus. Well, cutting along the dotted line's easy. Like, I like Little Caesars. That being said, it's again like getting 2 pizzas from there costs money I shouldn't have spent, but I needed to. I needed to do something for myself and for the wife because she'd been wanting pizza for a long time, and we just hadn't been able to actually buy it. But now I kind of want pizza again. Like, I just finished off the last what we had this morning, I think. Or it was yesterday after work. I have lost track of time so badly. I just hate the fact that the $5 pizza's gone. Like, that is so disappointing. Yeah, I don't think any yard sales in my area are going to have knives for sale. I'd be amazed if they did, but it's also one of those things I never have cash. Oh. Sir, I do not know what a Winco is. So the Boker Kalashnikov with the spear point and the dagger grind, Aus-8 steel, that won the roll this week. But yeah, I never have cash on me, so like yard sales, I tend to just cruise past them and be like, yeah, maybe. But yeah, I had a Little Caesars. We had a Little Caesars next to the house I was staying at with my parents, which, oof. But it had a drive-through, so I'd run through there all the time and grab a couple of pizzas. That one closed down, and then there was another one on the way to my house from one of the places that I go once in a while. That one now no longer exists, so the one that we do have is like a far longer drive than I care to commit to get out there and back. So if I feel like, and when I get off work, I'm off work, I just want to go home and lay down. All right, man, I appreciate you dropping by. But, yeah, like I'm off work, I want to be off work, I just want to go home, lay down, and dissociate. My current environment at work is incredibly stressful and incredibly physically demanding. So, like, either I've been up since 2 a.m. and, you know, I'm leaving work at, 1 in the afternoon, or I'm clocking out of work at around midnight and it's not open anymore. I think I saw where they had announced a manual flipper version, and I don't see the point. I do not see the point behind a manual flipper version of this. The whole point of this thing is to do that and have it be affordable. That's the whole reason it exists. Oh, I miss CC's. Oh, man. That being said, with the way things are right now, especially with everything becoming consistently more expensive about every 2 days, I don't think CC's could stay in business. The only reason you went there, the only reason you went to CC's is because you wanted to spend $4. Like, that's it. Um, yeah, it might be for people that live in an area where they can't legally carry an auto, but still, like, yeah. Cheese claim based on the top 4 national pizza chains excludes locations in Hawaii. Okay. Good to know. Damn, Bill, you're living like a king. So what is the cost to go to CC's now, Bill? How much does it cost to go to CC's now? I have to know. Oh, dude. I don't know, with a lifetime card. Oh, Bill, bro, you got to do the research for us, man. Mission Impossible your way into that shit. Like, just walk in. Hey, how much? They tell you how much. Turn around and leave. Like, CC's had commercials on TV and everything. They paid for advertising. Yeah, I mean, a lifetime supply, I might burn out on that eventually. Like, I'm at the point now where I start burning out on things. Like, McDonald's is one of the only places that are easy to reach that I can get through quickly on the way to work. And back when I was closing, I was there pretty much every day. And it's like now I have to force myself to stop there if nothing else is open. You know what, Bill? I think we can apply some basic Google foo. Okay, that is a pizza box slain. And now I want pizza, but I kind of don't want pizza. Bro, like, not having teeth in the top, no teeth at all, makes it so hard to eat shit. Anything with nuts in it of any kind except for maybe walnuts and pecans, off the table. All right, let's see. What? It says there's one in Roswell. Okay, so I need to see. So yeah, it still exists out here. $8.99 buffet. Okay, so CC's $8.99 buffet, $5.99 kids buffet. And now that I know this exists close enough to my house, here's the thing. Like, I can put down a steak. I can put down like a double Whopper. I can put down like a triple Whopper. Like, there's a ton of shit I can eat, but anything that gets beyond a certain HRC, off the table. Like, you try to bite down on like an almond or something like that, I cannot begin to tell you how painful it is. It's like you took the corner of a Lego to the roof of your mouth, but more painful. I don't remember, honestly. I just remember CC's used to be $4.99. However, if I can get my kids over here, I know them and the wife would love to go if we can find the one nearest to the house. Okay, so back onto the cutting. And watch, I'm gonna go upstairs. I guarantee you. I'm gonna walk up and be like, I'm gonna tell the wife and be like, "Did you know CC's was still in business?" And she'd be like, "Yeah, you didn't know that?" I promise you, it happens every damn time. We're not at stropping yet. I think we might be able to push this until Damascus the Fox. What's up, dude? Oh my God, I haven't seen you in forever. Yeah, the pizza box was fun, but the cardboard is so flimsy and the grind on this is so weird that it was harder to cut than it should have been. But we're gonna push it a while before we strop this thing. Like, we still got some edge we can wear off. I have been good, Damascus. Have you decided whether or not you're going to start making videos again, or are you just kind of totally out of the game there? Knockoff, I would act like that if he disappeared for a while. However, like, you guys remember a couple streams ago, I was telling you, like, I custom made some lanyard beads. Yeah, I was telling you, like, I made some lanyard beads for a guy that did the knife reviews, and he did the whole fursuit thing. And so I made beads that matched his suit, and I sent them to him. That's the guy I was talking about. Yeah, that's because remember I was telling y'all, like, you get every possible detail on a knife you could ever ask for while he's doing the reviews. Micrometer, or the hell is it? Micrometer comes out, the scales comes out. Yeah. All right, guys, if you want to see Jeep stuff, Dirt Side Down is the place to go. Yeah, I was kind of curious where you're at with that, Damascus. You know, whether or not you'd started working your way back in, or if you were just completely off it for right now. Because I keep checking once in a while to see if there's some new videos up. Oh my God, I didn't realize I was going through 2 layers at once. No wonder that sucked. I've tried to do just like a stealth YouTube channel just for videos for me to show friends, and the stuff that I had for that the phone it was taken on was a Samsung Messenger 2. It wasn't even a smartphone. And the format on that cannot be moved to anything else. I can't put it on YouTube. I can't stitch it with anything. I'm amazed it uploaded to Facebook, but I caught that like when that phone was still valid, like when Metro PCS got the LG Optimus smartphone, like their first smartphone back then. So it shows up on Facebook once in a while. It's just a friend of mine that's terrified of heights trying to get a $5 bill that I clothespin to the cap on the roof. Which I've stopped sharing that religiously just because it's like I don't need to keep being a dickhead about that one thing to the guy. Now the coating is starting to wear from the edge back. You can see it right there, like it's starting to wear. And this is again kind of the hollow grind on that speaking. I thought we'd have more coating wearing off right here, but so far it's fine. I've always wanted a Jeep Scrambler. Those things are cool. Actually, the one time I could have had a Jeep. Yeah, one day, man. You'll be back one day. You know, and I'm sure I'll see the video when it pops up, and it'll be at a completely random time. But so like the Jeep Wrangler, I've loved those since I was a kid just because they were one of the coolest cars you could drive back in like the mid to late 80s. Like they were just cool. And my minivan that I had, the transmission melted. And so I had to go get rid of that thing and pick up the car. And we went to CarMax. And there was a Jeep. It was kind of the lowest price on the lot, pretty much. It was the exact Jeep I wanted, but I got in and there was no way I could fit my knees under the steering wheel. Like there was no way for me to fit in that thing. I cannot tell you how upset I was. So I drove away with a Toyota RAV4, which the wife drives now. She got the nice car. We got me a truck so I could fit in the cab. And even then the driver's compartment area, yeah, the driver's compartment of the truck's not big enough to be comfortable for extended periods. But yeah, like I knew this is black paint and not a coating. I'm just surprised. Like I've done a painted blade before, and I mean it wore off so bad. I'm surprised this paint's holding up this well. I could stop being tall, and honestly, like, you know, when you're like single and you're not very old, you know, being like 6'4" is kind of a selling point for yourself. But dear God, at the amount of inconvenience it comes with. That's like every lawn and garden tool is designed around like someone that's about 5'8" maybe. So you wind up just kind of hunched over, pushing the lawnmower around, hunched over using the weed eater. Like, it all sucks. Rich, what is up, man? The 20-sided die picked a Boker Kalashnikov for us tonight. Axes are an issue. What, with paint on them, or? I don't know, apparently there was a sub-conversation that I missed. Rich is here, he gets scuba guy. I love it when they light up the lights in the back. Oh, being tall. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had too much of an issue with axes so much, but you know, a lot of the ones I've used have been either the long handle or they're smaller axes that I needed for the smaller areas I was working in. Rich, you missed it. I spoiled the guys and I cut up a pizza box. You missed it. You didn't miss it by long. Like, we just finished it and started in on these Pringles because they know what they did. Which actually, Pringles are just about the only potato chip thing that I can eat with the number of teeth I have left. Yeah, no, the Massillon KNI 245. Yeah, $9.99 for a titanium knife with 7CR17. So that thing is getting a review and it's getting a cardboard slayer. Like, yeah, Rich, I saw the video on the TRM that you just did. They make some cool stuff. I still wanted to get the Neutron 2 and those scales and swap them out, which I need to get back to trying to like make my own scales for shit because I've got the tools. I've made scales for stuff before, but it's been a long time. So I'm not 100% confident that oh, yeah. I'll post a link to it. Don't worry. But I lost track of my train of thought. That's okay. That's been happening all damn night. And like I'd mentioned earlier, I'm going to have to... Oh, God. Yeah, no, Wilderness there. So we both have a friend that I've known for shit. I think we're getting close to 20 years now. And he had this sword, Knights of Columbus sword. And that one, like he needed a new handle on it. So I ended up pulling the pommel off and found out it was a stick tank because it's a show sword, not a user sword. And I wound up making a handle for that out of Purple Heart. And let me tell you right now, trying to grind Purple Heart sucks. Oh my God, it sucks so bad. But yeah, the Purple Heart went over quite well. Dude, we need to get Murph up to Blade Show with us. Just let him wander around and fucking be Murph. That would be amazing. Just let him wander around and be him. That would be so fucking good. Yeah, I don't know if Murph's real big on knives, but I need him to be wandering around acting weird as hell. What the channel? What, Dirt Side Down? the sword that I currently own, and I haven't looked at it in ages. I keep kicking that thing. I wonder if this thing has corroded any. But I think this guy is as close to battle ready as you can get without spending $1,000. Okay, so it hasn't really corroded, but we've got some folded steel here. We have got an actual hamon on it. Like, it's got all the things. It feels really heavy, but I think you actually could use this, at least against a soft target. That came from a family friend that passed away very suddenly. Somehow it wound up in my dad's hands, and he knew I'd like it, so he handed it off to me. And it's just been sitting here. Thanks, Damascus, man. You take care too. It might be it probably is Sanmai, like a 5 or 7 layer Sanmai. But just the fact that it has a hamon on there is good to see. So I don't know how much of a user it is. I'm not going to like take it outside and play with it. Yeah, oh, I'd love to have an Ulfberg. I would love to have an Ulfberg. But I tell you what, that is not the sword I would take to an apocalypse. I'd rather have something like this. Like this right here will take care of everything I need and then some. And I've never actually used this thing. I got it because of how it looks at Home Depot. And I've had some of Fisker's axes, and Jesus Christ, those things are nuts. Yeah, like if I'm going into an apocalyptic situation, I am taking a machete or a brush axe. A brush axe with a 3-foot handle on it. Yeah, all the cutting power of an axe, all the maintenance of a machete. And like I said, I do have my cold steel machetes. I got the Copus and I got the Cavalry Saber. Those are also excellent choices. Yeah, Fisker's is a fantastic budget tool. Oh God, I've got a Camillus Carnivore machete in the truck. That's there from when I was doing like a lot of on the side landscaping work and stuff like that. I just never took it back out. I have seen some reviews on that thing where they said the thing broke a little bit too easily. Oh my God, zombie tools, yes, yes, and yes. That being said, their stuff is expensive. And I will say the jimping right here is starting to do the wear and tear in the same old spot. Yeah, kind of a Tonto shape. If you look up the older Camillus Carnivore, like, it's the one Camillus is known for. Like, it's got a degree of infamy for being unreliable. I haven't hit any hard targets with it yet. I just use it for like clearing saplings out of my way and stuff like that to get the thing I actually wanted to work on. I did, however, use it to cut a hole in a tire to see if it was water filled, and that's why we couldn't move it. It was like the golf course I worked at, we had tractors, and the tractors have been there forever. And the maintenance guy we had was like new and very, very young. He kind of knew what he was doing, kind of didn't. And so like we didn't know when we had to like get a tractor tire off the rim. He didn't know how to. He was struggling with it, and I was like, maybe it's water filled. So I took the carnivore and wailed on it with the little pokey part of the tanto right there on the end. Took forever to bust through because I was using the wrong tool for the job. But it did get through there, and we found out it wasn't water filled. It just weighed 7 billion pounds. You don't want a chainsaw trying to deal with an apocalypse or deal with any soft targets at all. Like, a chainsaw is good for cutting through wood and bone, but cloth, skin, muscle, anything like that, nope. All right, well, dude, I appreciate you showing up, man. Happy to see you here. Like I said, we'll be in touch about Blade Show. There is a now defunct Facebook page. It was called Zombie Apocalypse Preparation. And actually, the guys that started the page ended up writing a book, Zombie Apocalypse Preparation. It's like how to survive an apocalypse and have fun while doing it, I think. But I'm actually responsible for part of that book, dealing with the brush axe. Because they'd never seen the brush axe like I was talking about. And like I've used those brush axes. They are violent tools. And it's weighted like an axe, it swings like an axe, works like an axe. You got a longer blade, a lot more surface area to contact with. And you just treat it like a machete. Don't give a shit about the weather, don't give a shit about what you're hitting with it. You can sharpen it with a rock if you need to. It's like you got a self-defense weapon, you got a breaching weapon, you got a clearing weapon. You can process game with it if you have to. Well, no, I mean, the thing with chainsaws, especially in the apocalypse, I don't know if you've ever seen what happens when a chainsaw hits clothing. It bogs up and the blade clogs pretty much immediately. You no longer have a running chainsaw very quickly. Same thing with like meat-filled targets. Like it doesn't cut fast. It doesn't cut deep. Going through bone, it would cut it. That's what they were invented for in the first place. But it would still be a slow cut. Like you couldn't use it for self-defense outside of a bludgeoning weapon. But in case you didn't know, the chainsaw was invented to cut a woman's pelvis right the fuck open during childbirth, and usually done without her consent. Well, Zombie Apocalypse Preparation, that one kind of went dark. Part of it is like the audience quit being as active. And, you know, you're talking about old Facebook, like 2008, 2009. No, I think it might have been like 2005 or 6. And the guys that were running the page, they both, you know, got busy with life. I still have one of the authors on my Facebook feed, and unfortunately, the guys that published their book did something like either homophobic or anti-Semitic. Like they published some shit that was not cool at all. So they pulled their shit off of the they pulled their shit down, and then they just like they posted everywhere they could like, don't buy the book, just don't buy it, or buy it used. All right, we'll go back in on cereal box. Yeah, we finished this box off. We're going to test the edge again. Ugh. Like if it stopped wearing, the cut's definitely getting a little raggedy. Little raggedy. Let me put my foot down. It's like we had some associated pages. Like my favorite was the Church of the Holy Turkey. That was just some Monty Python grade silliness. Like I was the ambassador of the Kingdom of Bacon to the Church of the Holy Turkey. Damn, everyone went quiet. Everyone went quiet, and I can't think of a damn thing interesting to say. Like, my brain has gone totally blank. The timing is perfect. Oh, that was weak. I mean, forever is a bit of a long time. Okay, you're not cutting worth a shit either. But no, like I'm starting to get used to doing these 4-hour sessions of cutting. And I just find it interesting. You know, we've been... no, pipeline punch. Let's see if it says what it actually is supposed to be. Passion fruit, orange, and guava. Well, I hope the new baby's better than the old one. Yeah! Dad joke. Oh, yeah. No, remember when Monster came in those big-ass 40-ounce cans? Like, I miss those so much. I remember when Monster didn't exist. Remember when Red Bull and Jolt Cola were the only games in town. And God, do I miss Jolt Cola. Like, Sorry, Vault was a cheap knockoff of Surge. And I really hate the fact they brought Surge back and took it away again. You know, at one point in time, we had Surge, we had Jolt Cola, we had Sobe in glass bottles. We were kings and we didn't even know it. Oh, I remember the Jolt Ultra. I did not watch Fallout. But I remember the Jolt Ultra. Sorry, but it was no replacement for the original Jolt. It was not. Yeah, the Snapple lady. The Snapple lady. No, so I think the world needs a Snapple lady to have a charity boxing match with Flo from Progressive. Yeah, Snapple still exists. Late stage capitalism hasn't taken your Snapple away. Like, late stage capitalism took away my lizard milk. But, oh God, Fruitopia. Jesus Christ, that shit was nasty. Like, I know what it was supposed to be, and there were not many things on the planet that were too sweet for my dumb ass back then. That shit was way too sweet. Yes, we're familiar with the old Wendy's commercials. Actually, if you want to have some fun, just look up retro commercials. Just a compilation of commercials from like the late 80s, early 1990s. Like, it's almost like stepping into an alternate universe. Like, the best thing, too, is you look up McDonald's commercials from, like, the 60s. Like, you look up the Willard Scott McDonald's commercials and just go forward from there. Holy piss lemons. Those things are fucking out there, man. All right, Bill, man. Have a good night. I'm so happy you dropped by, though. Or like, you look up the old Flintstones Winston cigarettes commercials. Accept no substitute. Shit, I know what that is and my mind's going totally blank on it. I know what the hell that is. Oh, yeah, no. So the Willard Scott commercials are the stuff of nightmares, but if you go a little bit farther through the 1960s, holy shit. Like, I know what accept no substitute is, but I can't get it to the front of my brain. Luxury car. Wasn't Cadillac. Watch, it was Cadillac. I'm still drawing such a big blank. Uh, 1995 Nissan Altima. That's my guess. don't know if it'll show here. Not quite. Who's the U-boat commander? Y'all are getting farther and farther away from anything that I'm able to put a pin on. I remember how potentially controversial showing us Das Boot was in high school because there was a picture of a guy, or there was a guy peeing. Porsche. I barely remember that. That's why it was like, yeah. I barely remember that. Fucking Porsche. I know the last time commercials came up, we also beer that was made for weekends. That one is not ringing a bell at all. But I know the last time commercials came up like this, we did dive into the whole avoid the Noid situation and why Domino's discontinued that shit. Speaking of which, sorry guys. Yes! Let's try to remember whether or not I bought myself a game. Oh my god, Starship Troopers, what the fuck? That is not something you show someone in high school. Like, I understand trying to explain fascism through it, but no. Sorry, you get like a 15-year-old virgin watching that shit, and it's like, bro, I'm not even getting out of class before I'm touching myself. I promise you. Nah, high school, the movies were a little bit more tame. Like, when The Lion King hit video, we were on 1.5 hour long classes, 4 a day instead of the old school 8. And over the course of one day, I saw The Lion King 4 times. They played it in every single class I had that day. Oh, Jesus fucking, are you shitting me? Jesus Christ. So you're talking about half the class trying to use the bathroom at the same time. Teacher, something just happened. Did it feel like a sneeze, only better? Yeah, I imagine a lot of parents were quite unhappy with that decision. I'm sure lessons were learned. It's also how fetishes start. No, I believe you. I believe you. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just the comedic value of that situation is through the fucking roof. So I mean, you got one or two approaches with Starship Troopers. All right. Either you think it's a popular enough movie that the kids will enjoy, or you're trying to explain how fascism works and what can happen to the country if we let shit slide too far, but not taking into account how the hell did none of them find out? It's like I saw the co-ed shower scenes and I was impressed, but I was also so desensitized by everything I'd watched before that that it was like I can see where this could be a problem elsewhere, but I'm not impressed. Like, it's not that big of a deal. You know, I like the scene, but it's not that big of a deal. So I was about to say, like, could you imagine today if the parents found out? Oh, that was also a different time. You know, that was a very different time. I will say the paint on the blade is doing a significantly better job than I expected, but we're finally starting to see some good solid wear from the edge back. And you can also see which part of the edge has done the most cutting. Oh, man. $1998 still kind of late for that. Like, I was in middle school. 1993, 1994, back in that window. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if that happened today, somebody would be super fired, and then the school system would be up for a pretty big lawsuit. And the online dragging would also go apeshit. Right? Like, I am keenly aware of my age. All right. We have music at the grocery store I work at where occasionally I'm like, I think I still have that CD. I fucking hate it here. Yeah, my foray into elementary school started in 1985. And bro, you talk about a completely different world. Yeah, I watched a lot of wrestling back in like 1985, 1986. I had a friend that I'd go hang out with all the time, and me and her would sit there watching wrestling and monster trucks religiously. Like I don't. Whenever I've had cable and had access to it, I'd watch the hell out of monster trucks. You know, I'll see clips on YouTube. I've been to the Super Bowl of Motorsports once, which that was an experience. I ended up having to sneak in there because a friend of mine, his mom offered to take me. So it's like, all right, cool. And then we got there, and she's like, I think she asked if I had money for tickets or something like that, and I didn't. So we just walked in as a crowd and handed the lady at the door all the tickets at once and moved before she could finish counting them. But yeah, no, I loved wrestling back then. Of course, huge Hulk Hogan fan as a kid, and it was definitely a lot of fun. Not gonna lie about that. I am scarring the top of this thing up so bad, I don't care. It's had so much happen to it. I don't know whose cigarette burned it right here or right here. It wasn't me. Just in Ohio, what is up? Welcome to the stream, sir. So you're new here, but a 20-sided die picked out the Boker Kalashnikov from Four Knives that we had on the table, and we've been rocking this thing for 3 hours now. We're about to see how badly the edge has worn after 3 hours of nonstop cutting. So we've made it through all four. So the first one to pick gets it. Do we want mummy, alien, knight, or scuba guy? Oh, you'll find out shortly. Just someone needs to pick. Mummy, alien, knight, or scuba guy? Come on. Really? Nobody's picking. All right. Scuba guy it is. That's the one I was looking for. So I'm assuming you haven't been here for too long, but every so often we break one of those guys out just for entertainment. Yeah, like I remember hitting that weird era of wrestling because like WWE after, like, I still can't believe they lost that fucking lawsuit too. Like, they were older than the World Wildlife Foundation, but they lost the lawsuit to use the letters WWF to World Wildlife Foundation, which is mind blowing. But like, I remember the fucking Hollywood Hulk Hogan era, which there was a lot of interesting stuff happening there, but it was also like, this is some clown shit here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I just, they're interchangeable to me. Like, my default is WWF, but sometimes I forget the default. And I mean, that was the great thing about it too. When they were both WWF, like, there's stickers of pandas hitting each other with chairs because of the WWF connotation. Gentlemen, I cannot wait to develop the calluses I need on this part of my hand right here. They might have had the URL. Oh, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He was fun to watch for a while. All right, what's our edge looking like? How bad have we done? It's not shot, but man, it has worn. Well, yeah, like, and like, I don't think The Undertaker was really that big of a thing back in like 1985. I could be wrong. I don't remember him showing up a whole lot. And then when I did start watching again, because it was on TBS and I didn't have to have cable to watch it, he wasn't around a hell of a lot then either. Okay. So when we hit the end of the stream, I'll take them to the strops and strop them up as far as we can. But once that's over, unless I'm going to carry the knife again, I don't worry about sharpening it. Most of these will just sit in a box and not get touched again unless I find another use for them. So it kind of doesn't matter that much. This one might well get sharpened. That being said, with this being kind of a dagger grind, I'm not sure how well it's going to hold put in the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. So this may just spend some time on the Kin Onion blade grinder and just get a convex edge. Like, if a knife's old enough to not be on the factory edge anymore, I'll sharpen it before the stream starts, but this is the first one that we've done where I actually care about carrying it again later, so. This one probably will get sharpened up later. That being said, as good as the strop's been doing, it may pull it back to factory edge or better once we hit that point. I said that diamond paste on the strop is no joke. Yeah, like, I didn't get enough viewing time on Undertaker to really develop a fondness. I remember when Sting had the Crow's face paint. That was fun. Yeah, Andre the Giant, I think was kicking around back when I was like a little kid, but I don't have any memories of that. You know, and then the next Andre the Giant that I saw was a guy called Avalanche, which that guy also went in with I think when Hulk Hogan decided to go from heel to face again and went back to his old Hulk Hogan persona, like he got in, like they had the whole Avalanche thing where he was just getting shit mixed by this dude over and over again until they decided to, you know, move the narrative around a little bit and start turning things around. And then like Hulk Hogan had like this disabled kid that he gave his boots to, and they were magic boots that somehow made his life better or something like that. And then they got stolen, and it's like that was a whole thing. I mean, I will say one thing that pisses me off to no end. All right, the Venom movie. Like I get it, Sony Pictures, they don't have the right licensing to do it right, but and don't get me wrong, the Venom movie itself is good for what it is. They did everything they could without the right licensing, but Brock Lesnar would have been the perfect Eddie Brock if he was capable of acting. Because like that guy looked exactly like the comic book version, like dead nuts. It's not over yet, Fook, but we are at the 3-hour mark, and this thing is still holding an edge. It's definitely more worn than other stuff we've used, but it's still cutting paper-ish. So the Os 8 is definitely showing more wear than the ACR and the D2 that we've done so far. Yeah, I remember catching Brock Lesnar a little bit into his WWF career, and the dude was scary. And then when he moved on to MMA, I was like, this guy is not built for that kind of shit. And it turns out he was kind of built for that kind of shit. He at least came out of the gate pretty good. I will say, though, that tattoo of the knife on his chest, Jesus Christ, that's one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, who the hell showed him what a knife looks like? Seriously. So, Fook, there's a titanium knife with 7CR17 on Amazon right now for $9.99. I've already ordered it. We know what I'm going to do with it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're the one. Yeah, like... I still don't understand. Like, it's just Amazon won't ship you knives, right? But yeah, when Tank Abbott was doing his thing, I was completely out of the loop. Like, I haven't really followed MMA at all. Like, I'll see people that are genuinely unlikable, kind of, you know, rise to the top. You know, like Conor McGregor came out as like everybody liked him, and then he turned out to be a piece of shit. You know, like I've seen that part of it, but I don't really follow fights. I don't know, like it may be worth it to just take a shot and see if they actually will ship it, because it made I think it depends on how they list it on Amazon too. I don't remember if it was a flipper tab or a thumb stud or what. That was almost bad. I almost stabbed myself in the dick. Oh, let's take a look at this thing real quick on Amazon again. Okay, flipper tab. So it's got a lot of good features on it. Like I'm actually really excited to see that thing come in. Yeah, I know that hurt. Like whatever it caught on, it flipped, and I mean it landed like inner thigh, like the. Sorry, I don't need that on my dick. No. Chicks dig scars, but What's up, man? You missed me almost stabbing myself in the dick. I don't know, like you lead in. You want to know how I got these scars, and then whip your dick out. Justin, Ohio, did you say something YouTube didn't like? Right? You want to know how I got these scars? My youth pastor was a drinker and a bit of a fiend. I can't even finish that one. Scoutmaster Terry, that's my no-no spot. Oh, God. So it may not have been the official Pain Olympics video. It may be one of those, guys trying to do a better Pain Olympics video than the original Pain Olympics video. But if you ever seen that shit, holy fuck. Yeah, YouTube cracked down on a lot of stuff, man. There's a video that I used to watch every once in a while. Dude crushed up a Carolina Reaper and soaked it in vegetable glycerin for a while and loaded that up on a coil and vaped that shit. And I think he also dropped some in his eye too, but that video was amazing. Since you're already down there, check out this scar I got. You can't really tell a cool story with that scar either. You can't be like, well, got in this fight with a bobcat, was trying to kill a little kid. No, that doesn't make sense. Stopped a mugger in a parking lot. Now I'm on a registry. heard sharks eat a lot of semen, so I figured that was a good way to get the shark away from my grandmother, but I didn't realize they were talking about the staff of the United States Navy. So it's still holding up all right. Like, this is more worn than 8CR. It's more worn than the D2 on the Gin Captain kit knife. But it's still holding up. But this is to be expected. Again, from everything I've seen and heard about OS 8, it doesn't have the... I think so. I think they did an episode like that. But OS 8 is not known to be as much focused on edge retention as it is on being durable. So, like, nothing about this is surprising. Like, it's still holding enough of an edge. I'm not going to lie about that. But there's definitely higher HRCs to be had out there. And now me with knives, that's a good one. That is gold right there, sir. You might have won this round. Dude, I ain't counting the number of cuts. All I know is we are at 3 hours and 20 minutes of non-stop cutting, basically. Like, I am not counting individual cuts. There is no way in hell I could keep track of that and talk to you guys and keep doing this for this long. Like, I'd love to have an official number of how many feet of cardboard we cut through. That would be amazing. All right, we're going for some easier cardboard, or at least what I think is going to be easier cardboard for a little while. It might not be easier cardboard for a little while. And Flying Cauldron, you know what you did. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Justin, Ohio. We try to push these things. I normally can physically take about 4 hours of this. I'm trying to build it up where I can actually wear these edges out to the point where they just aren't doing the cut on copy paper anymore, that push cut. But so far, I haven't been able to make it past 4 hours. Sammy Nordyke, what's up? So personally, I'm a big fan of the Boker, but that's because it's an affordable automatic that is known and well reputed to be very, very durable. It can take shitloads of punishment and shitloads of neglect and be just fine. And it does take a great edge. Like, before we started this, I had it where it was shaving like easy as hell. I stropped it within an inch of its life. So it takes a great edge. And I mean, it's holding up. Like, this is not holding up like the higher HRC stuff we've done, but that's not what it's supposed to do. Yeah, I would take a look at my other. So I've got a Warncliffe Kalashnikov upstairs with a black handle. And I've got the Desert Warrior, and I would go get the black handle, but I'm not going all the way upstairs and digging around for that, just for this. Yeah, I'd love to say that I have a typically carry right now, but like, I still have either 4 or 5 knives left from the backlog from when I was doing Temugeddon that I'm still carrying for review. So I've still got to carry those. and I've got another one coming in now, which if Samuel, if you're interested, we found a titanium knife with 7CR17 for $9.99 on Amazon. If you want to check that out, I'll be happy to post a link in the comments for you. We're all going on about that because, well, titanium for $9.99. Regular price is like 30 bucks, which is reasonable for what you're getting. It's just on heavy sale right now. Yeah, and I mean, you might want to shark around a little bit and see. So the Gerber Freeman, I'm not familiar with. I haven't done anything with that yet. If I'm not familiar with it, obviously I don't have it. That's kind of the thing with this channel is we end up having to kind of pick and choose. Or I end up having to kind of pick and choose pretty carefully because my budget is non-existent. Like, we're playing with something that I've had for a couple of years sitting around. It's just, I pulled 4 knives from a pile and put them on the table, and where is it? Ah, I put 4 knives on the table, and this picked out which one we did tonight. I've done this 3 times now. The first 2, it picked out the worst possible knife it could pick. This time we got a decent one. Yeah, I almost miss working in environments where I could justify carrying a fixed blade. I really do. Oh no, like, I am not silently cursing you. Trust me, that was a brilliant idea. It's again, I throw knives that I don't want to use in there because I figure there's some entertainment value to be had for you guys. And I can kind of display, like, more accurately what the, like, if something's got bad ergonomics, that's the best way to find out. Like, if you're going to design knives and you're going to design a knife handle, you need to do this with every single one you design. I can add the Gerber Freeman to the list, but right now, like, I should not have spent the money on the $9.99 titanium. I'm gonna have to go upstairs and explain that to the wife with a straight face because we are fucking broke. And where is my roll of paper towels? There it is. All right, I gotta blow my nose. Let's see if it lights the green lights up. Oh, we did get a little bit of light out of it. Okay, let me look up the Gerber Freeman here since we're doing this. Okay, I'm seeing fixed blade, fixed blade. Okay, so the important questions with the Freeman. One, does it have a pocket clip? And two, is that pocket clip tip up? Because those two things are a big deal, at least for this channel. So I found it on Amazon, but like a lot of knives with the mark of the beast, they won't show you the non-show side. Like where I work and how I work, I gotta have a pocket clip on it so I can keep it pretty well concealed. And if it's not a tip-up pocket clip, I'm just not going to use it. Oh, God. I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. I mean, that's the thing. Is like I've gotten so used to tip-up carry. You know, and the ease of opening and closing when pulling it out of the pocket or whatever. And like when I pull it out and it's tipped down, then I have to like, you know, pull it out and then flip the damn thing over and then open it, and that's how things start getting dropped. You know, it's an extra step that's become quite annoying. There are knives that I will make an exception for, but they got to be well worth it. Yeah, the problem with not having a pocket clip too is when I'm at work, I'm dressed business casual. All right, I've got, you know, black, what could pass for slacks on. I've got a button-down shirt and all that, which means I don't have a lot of pocket space available. And in my right pocket, there's a big-ass wad of keys. There is a bottle of liquid for vaping. There is a small mod for stealthing. In my left pocket, I've got this big-ass chunkus right here. And I don't have room to put anything else in those. Welcome back, Crunchy Gears. Oh. But yeah, I don't have room in my pockets for literally anything else. Yeah, I can't fit anything else in my pocket because I'm not playing Clash Royale. Oh. Oh man. That's how you return to a stream right there. Oh god. Nah, Crunchy Gears, if you're a real man, this is what you play. Right here. Yeah, no, everyone's got their own preference for sure. You know, that's just my own personal preference. I'm not going to knock anybody for their preference at all. You know, I've carried plenty of knives that you know, no pocket clip, nothing like that. It's just kind of, that's also ended up as the only way I can carry a knife daily, is to have it, I got to keep it tucked in the waistband and it's got to be out of the way, which is also why I can't do a, all right, Fook, man, have a good night. But that's also why I can't really carry and do fixed blades. I'd love to be able to. That would open up a lot of extra content for the channel and something else to keep me entertained, but Like I can't. And I don't do anything outside of the house after work. I'm normally either asleep or about to go to sleep when I'm not on the clock, just because of the nature of the work that I'm doing and the nature of my schedule. But yeah, like I don't get to do fixed blades, anything like that. It's just folders, and it's just folders that I can carry while I'm at work. If I can't carry it and do a full, proper, fair review on it, it doesn't need to be on the channel. I don't like the concept of the pocket fixed blade because I have to put it back at some point, and I promise you, if it's like a sheath tucked in the waistband, I'm going to stab myself. Like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So I work at a store. I work in retail. So like I have to look professional, and that does entail like no, you know, I can't have a knife on a belt hanging out there in the open. You know, now that being said, I can carry some absolutely huge folding knives and be fine, just as long as I'm not busting them out on the sales floor in front of customers. Hey, what's up? But yeah, like, this can't go with that. Brother, this is a cardboard cutting stream. I have no way to do anything with an NES on this stream with my setup. Trust me, it might be a lot of fun to have like a stream going for that, but you're talking about like a whole bunch of equipment I don't have to even think about doing something like that. Sir, I have 2 phones pulled out right now. Calm down. Like, I am filming on my phone and I am reading the comments on a phone. Well, the thing is, I don't open stuff with my knives at work. I've got safety cutters for that. You have to use the safety cutters, and honestly, trying to go in there with a knife, I've lost my safety cutter and had to go back in the back room and find it, but I didn't have time beforehand. So doing this, I have nicked myself a couple of times, and it's real easy to cut into whatever's inside that box doing this. But for breaking down cardboard occasionally and cutting the plastic wrap off of pallets, a good knife is way easier to deal with than those safety cutters. Yeah, knock off, I am still going. Yeah, I know. I just don't know what YouTube Safe Music is. And if I try to open YouTube Safe Music, like, I don't have a way to add that to the stream. I'm not sure how to do that. I would like to, but I don't know how to do that. There may be a way to do it while I'm setting the stream up. I don't know. And sir, you damn well know my broke ass has run out of phones. No, but I mean, it would be cool to be able to get a capture card for like the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis and all that, and run some old games. You know, run the capture card through the Sega Saturn or something like that. Oh wow, that's awesome. I did not know that. Well, no, depending on the right music, like you look at Metal Complex, his streams will have like old NES music in the background, which is wonderful. I think Matisfaction had some stuff in the back, like he's got stuff in the background. It's not too distracting. Like, I'd love to be able to do that. Yeah. I am probably at 920 right now if I picked up 4 of them. Why download the old games when you can have them, the physical media? Like, that's the thing, dude. I've got a lot of vintage games down here. I got a lot of vintage systems and a lot of vintage games. Yeah, dude, this is the same knife. When we do these streams, we go in on the same knife and just wear the edge out as much as we can for as long as I can physically take it. We are approaching the 4-hour mark, so we're going to see, like, we haven't stropped it, we haven't sharpened it, we've done nothing, we just cut cardboards. The cuts are getting kind of rough. If I go in with the tip here that's seen the least use, it'll start to cut nicely, but if I go in here where it's been getting beat on, it's definitely a rough cut. Oh wow, yeah, 921. So I was right there. Yeah, and the currency, something you got to know is I was born in 1980, so I have a lot of hands-on experience with the old physical media. I was there 3,000 years ago when the ancient laws were written. Yeah, I mean, these things are known to be good knives. Like the Boker Kalashnikov has had a ton of hype, and it's had a ton of hype for a good reason. Like these are great knives, especially if you're in a rough environment where you can't have things that are too fragile. Like this is the way to go. Yeah, I'm not even bothering trying to do my normal cut to get these tabs off. No. We're going to finish this box off and then we'll check the edge again. Yeah, like, well, the spine's been worn. Like, this has been carried quite a bit. And so, like, the spine's taken some abuse. The paint on the handle's taken some abuse. Like, it was already scarred up. This was not a new knife when we started at all. I've had this for a couple of years, and I've carried it quite a bit before I started getting so many knives that I could only dedicate pocket time to one at a time. And like where I'm at right now, I've got another 4 or 5 left to go for review before I run out of knives again, and there may be more coming in. As a matter of fact, I still have other stuff coming into review. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow when I come home from work, I'll have the Gin G10 kit knives to check out. So I think there may end up being like 4 different knives in that box. And they're all going to be G10 blades, so it's not like I can really carry those and review them, but I got to figure out how to do some testing on those, because I do want to see how they are at popping tape off of boxes. And maybe see how well they puncture. Like puncturing, I probably set up a stack of cardboard and stab it. But oh, cool. The Milwaukee Fastback, I've seen those. I'm not sure why I haven't gotten one yet. I think that may have been one that got added to the list, and then other things pushed it out of the way. It's like I'll put a knife on the wish list and plan to get it, and then I'll find something else like the $9.99 titanium knife that we just found. And then that'll move it back, and then they keep getting pushed back as more and more and more things get added. So I haven't actually played with one of those. All I know about them is what I've seen online. And, you know, with what we're learning about these knives here on these live streams, I trust what I see online less and less and less about certain things. Yeah, dude, like when I see you on the way up to Blade Show, if you want to hand off whatever you're never going to use or you're trying to get rid of, like we'll definitely put them through the live streams. I'll put them through a week of carry unless I can't live with the pocket clip or something like that. But yeah, we can definitely abuse them. Like I've seen Battle Box unboxings too, and I'm like, bro, why? You know, the whole loot crate model thing, especially for stuff like knives where they're like trying to sell, like they're trying to unload stuff that was well below the cost of the box. It's just like, bro, seriously? Which, I have yet to set up a P.O. box. That's also a cost I can't afford to incur right now. However, I will be seeing Wilderness Bushcraft in person to ride up to Blade Show. So, we do meet up once a year. As a matter of fact, Wilderness Bushcraft is the guy that I was with when we made the we started making the Kydex sheath for the knives that I made. He showed me how to build a Kydex press and all that stuff. Which, yeah, you missed that stream. We went in and did Cardboard Slayer with that knife that we made the first Kydex sheath for, which it didn't hold up so good. I have no idea what a Powerbolt 13-in-1 is. If that's a pizza, it sounds amazing. Oh God, the Damascus hammer attempt. All right, Bill. Bro. Like, honestly, a bit bigger of a forge and letting it cook for longer, we might have been able to pull that off. We might have been able to pull that off. Like, I totally forgot about that. I've still got that, like, chunk of mangled steel sitting there. I'm like, I need to figure out something to do with this. Because I think that used up most of the 15 and 20 I had left sitting around. Kershaw Brawler, I'm also not familiar with it. How much propane are we going to use? Yes. Which both of my propane tanks have been sitting empty for a long time now. It just sucks that the weather here gets so hot in the summer that you can't really actually be out there standing next to a forge. All right, later, Crunchy. You were entertaining while you were here. Yeah, like, I've got some small strips of 15 and 20 that I picked up, I think, off Amazon or something like that. I just, like, right now, especially with how fucked up my schedule is, there's no way in hell I can spend time in the shop. Like, I've been getting thrown back and forth between closing and opening so much that I haven't really slept a full night in like a month now. That and the people I'm around are becoming increasingly stressful to the point where I'm getting ready to start finding somewhere to transfer to. Even if it fucks with a potential promotion, like, I gotta get away. Like, I'll be getting out of work. Oh, yeah, you can burn all the old tires you want. Especially if you're using a propane forge, burning old tires in there is perfect. So what you need in a forge is bituminous coal or bituminous coal or bituminous, however the fuck it's pronounced. Like, you need the right kind of coal for really forging in earnest. Like, you can forge off of a wood fire, but you got to have a pretty strong blower running constantly, and you go through a shit ton of wood. Like, no, it's not bitumen. It's bituminous. It's a different word entirely. But yeah, like, you need the right kind of coal if you're really gonna do coal forging. Wood-fired forging, you're gonna burn up shit. Yeah, coke. There's like a bunch of different words it, and there's like 3 or 4 different kinds of coal that are all really good for it. It And what you can get depends on what part of the country you're in, especially since nobody wants to pay shipping for, you know, 400 pounds of coal from the other side of the country when there's something nearby. Yeah, a Coke and a smile. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? But yeah, and like it's propane so much easier to deal with, but like trying to use like the fucking fire logs and shit like that, that ain't gonna work. Like you're not gonna reach 2100 degrees and hold 2100 degrees off of Presto logs for long enough to actually do any work with, unless you happen to have like a small, like a pickup truck bed loaded down with them, and by that point you spent so damn much money that you might as well just bought like a custom blade from a high-end maker and been done with it. Bro, I wanted one of those Make 7 Up Yours shirts, and I never got one. I think I tried to find them on Amazon later, and they're not available anymore. I am becoming so delirious from being tired. And I honestly thought I was going to hit my kid up and run some more games tonight once this was done, but once this is done, I am going upstairs and laying down and not moving again for quite a few hours. I'm just not. Okay. What does this edge look like now? Oh, this edge is ragged out, ragged out. Although I will say, the fact that the edge is held up this well for something that is notorious for being not great at edge retention, I am actually a little impressed. Like, I could still carry this and use it, but yeah, it is definitely not sharp anymore. So, we've hit the 4-hour mark and it's still cutting. I'm going to go ahead and strop this thing up and we're going to play with it some more. Let me put Yo Noid up before I forget it and leave it here for the next 6 months. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. Like, this started at 5 o'clock. Like, that's the thing, is like it's more worn than 8CR has been, and it's definitely more worn than the D2 on that Jim Captain knife was by a good bit, but it's still cutting. So we're just going to take our time and really, really give it a good strop. Actually, you know what I should start with is the old strop with the rougher compounds. You are back, sir. Well, we hit the 4-hour mark and it's still kind of cutting okay. Like, it's cutting. It's definitely more worn than the 8CR and significantly more worn than the D2 on the Gin Captain knife was. But we're going to strop it up and play some more because like I've still got a bit more gas in the tank. A bit of blade rattle, huh? Oh, did you guys catch Joe X's video today? Joe X went on the large Luzon. Any of you guys watch that today? Yeah, like if you saw that, I am actually quite thoroughly surprised at how well it held up for what it is. Yeah. Like that large Luzon did a lot more than I thought it would. All right, let's see what just that strop did. Yeah, well, I mean, like the Luzon is not necessarily meant to be one of their tanks. That's more of a bit of a novelty. It just still stood up to so much more of that than I thought was even remotely possible, especially for a folder that's that like oversized and underbuilt. Okay, so we got good results off of the first drop, which again, like if you're working with a strop, your buffing compounds from Harbor Freight for a buffing wheel work pretty damn good. However, they are not diamond paste. Yeah, like I'll say very similar to 440. You know, its AUS-8 is also known for being aimed at, you know, being tough rather than being a higher HRC. Like it's intended to not be brittle. Yeah, no, well, Knockoff Knives has an application on his phone that breaks down the molecular structure of blade steels. So he's got access to some information. All right, that is off the 10 micron. If I'd quit fucking the cuts up. Why do I keep messing these cuts up? All right, we're getting there. Oh, I would love to check out a ceramic blade knife on this, just as long as I was confident that I wouldn't snap it. That's the only problem I have with the idea of the ceramic knives. Like, I know there's not a chance in hell you're going to sharpen it back up, but I am also curious. See, I'm afraid I'd wind up with the edge chipped out to hell and back. All right, so here we are off of 5 micron. Yeah, it's dropping back up. Wonderful. And 2.5. Yeah, like I'd have to find like a super, super, super cheap ceramic knife and just be prepared for that to chip out almost immediately and then just move on to something else. So like I said, I'm pretty sure that like with it not being designed for shit like cardboard, it's not going to last long before it just chips right out. Yeah, so the thing with the lock, like the reason I would do a case knife for something like this or a slip joint is I'm only pushing down. You know, I'm not putting pressure up on the blade or doing anything that would cause it to close. So my general safety concerns for myself, protecting me from myself, aren't a big deal in this particular instance. Why do I keep messing these cuts up? Yeah, so we're back to pretty damn sharp. I just keep screwing the cuts up and I'm too tired to figure out what I'm doing wrong. How? Guys, I am having a mental crisis right now. Like, I know it's sharp, it's just the paper's not cooperating. Let's see, do I have any hair left I can shave? Yeah, we're definitely removing hair. Let's see. Yeah, so it's back up to shaving. So here's the thing with sharpening. All right, I am also not the world's best sharpener. However, there are systems that can compensate for that. All right, the Work Sharp Precision Adjust, that will hold the blade in place and you basically sharpen it and the angle is fixed. So you can set it for 20 degrees. You can set it for 18 degrees and it will take care of that for you. Now that thing costs about 120 bucks to get the right one. There's a lower version at about 70 bucks that only comes with 3 stones, and for 120 it comes with all the stones and a strop. And if you bought the cheap one and then bought the stones, you'd pay the same thing. But that will get you some crazy sharp knives without any experience. Like, if you'd never touched a knife before, you could still sharpen with that thing and get it scary sharp. A small belt grinder that can sharpen knives will do you good, but you have to know how to not burn the edge, and a lot of that is just minimizing contact time. But if you don't have to sharpen that often, a good strop with a good compound on it will take care of a lot. Like you saw, we went from that ragged ass cut to shaving again in what, like 4 minutes on those strops. So as far as sharpening on stones by hand, I can't help anybody. I can't do it myself. I have yet to take the time to learn how to do that, and I'm not going to take the time anytime soon. Yeah, you want a guided system unless you're going to take the time to learn freehand. All right, let's see if I can actually get a cut on this. Yeah, there's some rough spots on the edge, but the fact that it's cutting this again is amazing. And now the paper won't cooperate again. Oh no, pull-throughs. Here's the thing, don't cheap out on your sharpener. All right, if you can freehand on stones, Outdoors 55 has a ton of sharpening videos. He does a lot of good work showing how the sharpening works, even at the microscopic level. Outdoors 55 might be the best place to go to learn about sharpening right now. But you can cheap out and get like a $20 diamond plate. He'll tell you exactly which one to get that has the least cross-contamination with the grit. But beyond that, you want to get a fixed system, or you want to get a small belt grinder and learn how to do a convex edge on that. Yeah, no, the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. I don't have the Pro. I've got the mid-range, but it's got all the stones and it fixes in place. You know, there's a couple of creature comforts missing that aren't a big deal to me, but you can get fantastic results on that with no experience. Well, we just did the strop. Like, we just stropped the hell out of the knife on these guys. Like, everybody just watch me strop these. If I put this through another strop session like that, we would probably be back to as sharp as it was when I first started. And part of that is the diamond compound right here on these. The diamond paste. Oh, fantastic for stropping. And yeah, I'm stalling. I don't know if I want to pull more cardboard out right now or just hang out for another 20 some odd minutes and then kind of wrap things up, which I may actually do that. Yeah, this is a strop. It's just leather on wood that is a bonding agent for compound, basically. Oh no, like, we just went through all the strops. Like, basically most people just use a two-sided strop and they'll have 2 compounds on there. However, this is my old strop, and I used it's either the black or gray buffing compound and then the white buffing rouge that I got from Harbor Freight. Buffing wheel compound, and of course there's cross-contamination to hell and back on this, but that buffing compound will do a pretty good job at getting a knife sharp again if it's not completely fucked. But that is now where I start, and then I've got a diamond paste on these guys. There's 10 micron, there's 5 micron, and 2.5 micron, so they get progressively finer. And that's how we went from what we had at the end of 4 hours to shaving again in a few minutes. Oh, God. And I don't know why my sinuses are going haywire, unless I am finally falling victim to the pollen. And I don't think anyone's leaked what the government's putting in the pollen this year yet. Like, you know what? We'll run it through the stropping again just to see how much sharper we can get it. But, you know, basically it's just, if you've got good strops, you can go a lot longer between sharpenings than you would without them. Because, I mean, like, I've almost completely repaired this edge just with stropping without having to take it back to a sharpening system or anything like that in a few minutes. Asbestos, that stuff is delicious. I'm not that worried about it. You know, this just makes a good start for stropping. Like the diamond paste is doing the heavy lifting here. This is just kind of getting it kick-started. Like the cross-contamination on the other side doesn't really matter that much. I said just this by itself, even with the cross-contamination, can still do a good job stropping things up. Like it does plenty good work. So stropping is a big deal. Like I said, these are strops, okay? This isn't a sharpening system. This is just for honing the edge. However, you know, you just saw again 4 hours of cutting on a blade that's not the best at edge retention is back to shaving again with just the strops. There were no sharpening stones here, nothing like that. This is just leather with compound soaked into it. So like you get a strop and you get good stropping compound, you can go a lot longer between sharpenings than you think. Like this is not a full sharpening. This is not a full sharpening system. This is just used to refine an edge. And after you've sharpened a knife, you need to do this to knock the burr off that builds up when you sharpen. Which is again, like Neeb's knives. Outdoors 55 is just kind of focused all on sharpening right now. So that's why I say he's probably the best place to go, because all of his recent videos are on sharpening. And you can learn a lot about the how, the why, and what for sharpening and where to start. Like he'll show you where to start for freehand sharpening on a stone. Yeah, like stropping can also restore an edge if it's not too far gone. Like this edge wasn't too far gone to strop it out. But again, you got to have some aggressive compound on here that can hone an edge that's a little worn. Wow, we still got 10 people watching. So you're not going to have a lot of burrs in the sense that I think you're thinking about. So a burr is basically like a little thin piece of wire that builds up on the edge as you're running it over a stone or any sharpening system. And what that'll do is you sharpen one side, the burr will show up. You flip it over, sharpen the other side. It pushes the burr over to the other side while it sharpens. When you go to the strop, it breaks that burr off. It removes that burr so you are on your edge and not a little piece of wire that keeps folding over. So that's why you strop after you sharpen, is to get rid of the burr that builds up. And again, like guys that are doing dedicated sharpening videos can show you what that looks like on a microscopic level. Like we're not in a setup here where I can really show you how a burr forms or what a burr looks like from this distance. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like he knows how to sharpen. He knows how to show you how to sharpen too. Like, all I can show you is how to use something that is so dead nut simple, even someone that's never sharpened anything before can get a crazy good edge off it, which is where I recommend going unless you really, really want to work on learning freehand. Because basically the Work Sharp Precision Adjust is a cheaper, more fast, I guess fast food is the best way to put it, version of much higher end sharpening systems. It's like you could spend $1,300 on a sharpening system. It'll get you the same place that you're going with the Precision Adjust, but faster and a little easier. Okay. Yeah, I've done this over here a bunch. All right, Punisher, have a good night, man. I know we're not going to run the stream too much longer. But, I mean, what did he use? 400 grit stone into a 600 grit, something like that? Like, he just used a rough grit, or what you would think is a really rough grit, and moved into a less rough grit. But, yeah, it took him no time at all. I mean, he just did it on a rough enough grit that it was able to cut in. Like, he can pull a shaving sharp edge off of what, 600 grit, something like that? Like, the man knows how to sharpen and he knows how to use the grits he has. Like, it just, he can get a sharp ass edge off of low grit. Yeah, I've got S30V on one of my two bug outs, and I have yet to really push it that hard. If I had a cheap enough S30V knife, I would definitely put it through this, but I don't want to have to sharpen it afterwards, and like, I don't want to do this to a blade that costs more money than I can really afford to buy another one if I really wreck it. And so the nice stuff I like to keep nice. That's the best way to put it. Yeah, like I said, he knows his grits, he knows how to sharpen, like he knows how to get a lot out of the lowest grits. It is nuts. Yeah, and like, so that's one thing that I like with the Work Sharp, the Work Sharp grinder with the Kin Onion blade grinding attachment, is I've got like a nice little area about that wide for slack belt grinding, and I can set a nice low angle on that and drag it through and get a nice good convex edge. And that last belt on there gets you a nice mirror edge, and you strop that thing, and if you've got your angle right and your blade is not, you know, that damn thick, you can really, really get some insanely sharp blades off of that thing in a matter of like 2 minutes. Okay, so we put it through another round of stropping. Papers is not cooperating with me tonight, guys. It's pissing me off so bad. But it's sharp. Yeah, well, I understand $63 is cheap for S30V. Again, I should not have spent $9.99 on that titanium knife. Why the hell won't you do what I want? Yeah, that is plenty sharp now. They made the Gerber Easy Out in S30V. Really? But so yeah, when we're talking about stropping, you cannot oversell how good a strop with good compound on it is. Like, again, I just undid almost every last bit of damage from 4 hours of cutting on a grand total of what, maybe 5 minutes spent stropping, just running it through 2 cycles. But yeah, that also is I used and like I got it from Temu, but this strop is from Temu, and I bought a bunch of diamond paste. Strop and diamond paste together were $11. This is a strop a friend of mine made that he gave to me at Blade Show last year. So basically like $20 worth of gear. That's all I needed to undo 4 hours of cutting. You know, like I said, you can't oversell what a good strop can do for you. And the diamond paste is a great way to go, especially for cheap. Like you can buy the same diamond paste on Amazon, a smaller batch, but still it's like 15 bucks or something like that. So yeah. So yeah, the Gerber Easy Out is an S30V. So one more. We're going to give you the mummy before we wrap this up. Where is it? It did the song. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, we're down to like 2 people and me watching, so it's a good time to wrap this up. Yeah, so hopefully we shared some good information about the strops and all that. Let's see. This one does a song. Does that one. Where is it? And it does that one. The ones upstairs without batteries, some of those do songs too, but I got to get batteries for them. I am familiar with the Gerber Easy Out, sir. This is from the stuff that I got from my uncle after he passed away. Like, I honestly would make an exception for this because I am sentimental about it. And I would carry this. However, I've got so much to go through right now. The serrations, like, I can work around those. It's just I have to work around them, you know, instead of working with them so much. And I will say my uncle gave this one quite a few hot suppers. Like, this thing has seen some use. Yeah, I wish I had some markings on here to tell how old this was. That'd be awesome. But yeah, they still make them pretty much identical to this, so there's no way to really know. Sir, I do not like Smith and Wesson knives at all. Gun companies slap their names on the worst knives. 2 live streams ago, where is it? Where is it? Piece of shit's in here somewhere. I know it is. Yeah. 2 live streams ago, the 20-sided die picked out this piece of shit Smith & Wesson, and it absolutely annihilated my hand. Like, I'm still mad thinking about it. But, yeah, this was total garbage. Out of the box, it was jacked up, and I had to work on it to fix it, and it's still a piece of junk. Like, if you want to throw something in your toolbox in case you have to do something really, really destructive, or in your car for emergencies, yeah, great. But yeah, don't EDC. Like I don't know if I have Brownings or not. I think I've got some knives that are branded as Brownings, but they came from Temu, so they're probably not actually Brownings. And yeah, it just, generally speaking, they suck. And at some point, I do actually want to do Cardboard Slayer with a Mora. I may pick up another one just so that I have one that is still nice. This is the Mora Carbon, but yeah, no, and that's the thing. If you're not like like, I can't call myself a full-on snob. However, I'm a little bit of a snob with knives now, and like Smith & Wesson, for the same price, you can get so much better. So much better. It's not even funny. There's no point. Yeah, it is. It's preference. It is a matter of preference, you know, and like from my point of view, all right, you can get so much better. Like, I have an $8 knife right now that is so much better than any Smith & Wesson I have ever touched. Like, I am carrying an $8 knife that absolutely blows anything I've done completely out of the water. You know, it's stuff like that. It's just, if you know what you're looking at and you've had hands-on experience, you know where you can spend the money and get a really, really good knife without having to put up with the quality of life stuff that comes with, you know, gun manufacturer knives, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, if you like it and you like carrying it, by all means, keep carrying it, you know? Like, me not having a positive opinion of it shouldn't affect you having your positive opinion of it. You know, that's not fair to expect. Sergio, um, we are kind of at the tail end of the live stream now. Like, we went 4 hours on the Boker Kalashnikov with the spear point, and it did okay. For OS 8, it did exactly what you think it would, and it stropped back up really damn nice. I remember hearing about Hogue making some knives, or like Hogue's name being on guns too. I don't know a lot about it, but I remember seeing that somewhere. Okay. Yeah, like, I still want to get a Hogue Deca just to see what that's all about, but, you know, again, like, that kind of money is out of reach. So, Civivi makes some really good stuff consistently. Like, you can rely on Civivi pretty much. The only thing I have from Civivi that I don't like is the Cogent. It's a button lock, and it doesn't close well. Like, you try to close it, and the blade bounces right back open. Like, I don't like that one. The other Civivis I have are really good. The Civivi Bull Mastiff is probably like my favorite Civivi. The ergos were pretty decent. You know, predictably, the jimping right here definitely rubbed and was uncomfortable, but you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing when you do this. No, normal use when you're not being a total misanthrope, yeah, no problem. Like, it's a very comfortable knife to use. However, holding it like this and pushing it through 4 hours of cardboard, something's gonna hotspot. Let me look up the Civivi Wyvern. Ah, it's not showing up here. Okay. Um, okay, let me look it up on Chrome instead of Amazon. Okay. Yep. Civivi Wyvern right there. Yeah, so I've got the Civivi Bull Mastiff, I've got the Mastodon, I've got an Elementum, I've got the Cogent, and then what's the one I got from Tim School of Fish? The Odium. So I've got those. Um, the uh, the Cogent, it's a good knife. Is it down here? Is it in the live stream box? Yes. So the Civivi Cogent, all around, it's a good knife. But when you go to close it, it bounces back open. If you get the timing just perfect, yeah, it's great. But if you try to close it too enthusiastically, it bounces back open. Like, there's not really a good stop ramp, and my hand-eye coordination is garbage right now. But yeah, it likes to bounce back open way too much for me. So that's where it's not backlash. It's just it shuts, it slams shut, and then bounces back out. Like I don't like that part of it. This would have been a better liner lock, and I would have absolutely loved it as a liner lock. Like, outside of that blade bounce issue, it's good. So this is definitely in, like, this is the box of stuff for live streams as we go along. So we got the Civivi Cogent. We have got this Ganzo right here. And this is, I got this when I was looking for cheap axis locks before I just got the bug out and got, like, I realized that Ganzo is real bad about clones. We got the Kajerb Tigris, and the ergo's right here. There's a lot of sharp corners and nothing's broken down on it. This is going to hurt a lot, pretty much all night if I had to guess. I am going to hate every minute of it. The SOG Terminus XR. We got that, and honestly, if it just had a better pocket clip, that's the only thing wrong with this, is the pocket clip is terrible. What's up, Beaver Baron? Bro, why are you here so late, man? But I've got a Gerber paraframe in here. I don't know how good or bad the ergos are going to be, but Gerber won't tell you what the steel on the paraframe is, so we don't know what we're getting there. But I figured it'd be nice to have in a live stream. We got this gas station tack force right here, and I threw this in here because it's let's see, 440 stainless steel, so modern 440. From what I saw online, it's neither one of those. It's some weird thing that it's only on the Gerber, or it may be 420J2 or something like that. We got a Kershaw filter right here. And I don't know what the steel is off the top of my head, but it looked like it might be fun once we took the pocket clip off with good ergos. Like, it's very comfortable in the hands, so this might work out. And I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. However, I got this before I really started buying and carrying knives a hell of a lot. So I didn't develop my affinity for tip up carry by the time I got this. And then we got this Grow right here, which D2 steel. But it's a bit of a thick slab. Like, it's a thick boy. Oh, gotcha, man. But yeah, I got you. Like, I'm happy to see you here for sure. I just hate that you caught it as we're, on the tail end of things, just kind of sitting here shooting the shit before I shut down and go upstairs. So, like, I went online and I did a lot of digging around to try to find what the steel is in the paraframe while I was doing like a video about them. And like, the people that are really familiar with it know it's not like a CR series steel or something we know. It's some weird thing. And again, like, nobody knows exactly what it is. If it was 7CR or 3CR or something, we would know. That would have gotten out. So I have been on for 4 hours and 35 minutes. We did 4 hours on the Boker Kalashnikov right here. And it did exactly what you expect OS 8 to do. Wore out a little bit more than 8CR, working at the same pace. But it still held enough of an edge to still push cut paper well enough. And it stropped back up to ridiculously sharp. Yeah, I was hoping to push the session out into like 5 hours to see if I could, but I am so tired right now that my hand-eye coordination's shot and my brain is moving about half speed. So I'm gonna have to like crash soonish, but we are enjoying the finer points of other various knife discussions. Yeah, no, it did pretty well, I will say. Like, and someone said that this was garbage for cardboard cutting because of the grind. You've got basically a dagger grind right here, so it's hollow here and hollow here, and it did make it hard to keep a straight, clean cut. Not gonna lie about that, but it did good. We did wear the paint right here on the edge off a good bit, which I expected that. I was expecting more paint to wear off, to be honest with you. But I feel like the Kalashnikov is one of those where the more beat up it looks, the cooler it looks. Yeah, knockoff. That's what it was. My favorite steel so far. Uh if I'm honest, so far D2 has done the most impressive run. And that's the D2 on the Gin Captain Kit knife. Like, after 4 hours, this showed significantly less wear than 8CR13 did. It did not strop back up as well as the other knives did, or as sharp, but I think that's indicative of a good HRC rather than like, it's not a bad thing that it didn't strop up that well. It needs to actually be sharpened because better HRC. It's not the worst paint wear that we've seen. Let me grab. Why do I keep kicking that, guys? Okay, back where you live. The worst paint wear that we have seen so far is with this Temugeddon knife, and like, this side's taking some paint wear, but this side really ate it. That really ate it. Palmer, what's up? You know, I looked down on 8CR for the longest time, and then we started doing this. And 8CR has taken unbelievable amounts of abuse with the cardboard and held its edge just fine. Like, And that's the thing is like looking down on ACR was just from secondhand knowledge. All right. It's from other knife channels being like, oh, it's ACR, it's garbage. Guys on Facebook, ACR, it's garbage. It's not garbage. It is a very, very good, competent budget steel. Like, I didn't find ACR to be that soft. Like the CR series steels that we have done here on Cardboard Slayer have all held up remarkably well. You know, they've all gone into 4 hours of cutting and took some edge wear, but nowhere near as bad as you'd be led to believe by the guys on Facebook and other channels. Now, the worst one we've done so far is this Ozark trail knife, and we suspect that's a 420J2 or 440J2. This lasted an hour before it needed to be stropped back up. It did terrible. Vintage 440 from 1980. That took about 2.5 hours, and then it needed a good strop. The 8CRs, they went into about 3 hours 45 minutes, and then it was time to strop, and even then they still weren't that bad before they got stropped up. So buck, I have one buck knife that I'm aware of. I may have another one or two floating around somewhere that I'm forgetting about right now. It's a 110 from 1980 to 1981. I really like that. And like I'm sentimental about it. It belonged to my uncle before he passed away, so really fucking sentimental about it. But it's a really good knife. That was, I think, another 4 hour Cardboard Slayer session, and there zero hot spots, zero discomfort. Like the most comfortable knife we have done so far. You know, it's just old 440 with an old heat treatment on it, so it did good, but not as good as modern steel does. So like it was definitely good. Um, yeah, the 110 that I have is the only buck product that I'm familiar with, but I do like it quite a bit. I would love to have that with a pocket clip, which I know they make like the buck 110 light and all that. Um, so at some point in the future, I'll probably look into getting one of those when I have more money to throw around. But right now, it's like again, shouldn't have spent $9.99 on a titanium knife. Oh, brother, I've got stuff where it could be a 12-hour live stream. It's just physically I am not capable of, like, physically, if it wasn't for being so tired, like needing to go to bed tired, I could still keep going for another hour or two right now, but 4 hours is generally the limit, and then I am just cooked. Um Believe me, I'd love to push the live streams out longer just for the sake of doing it and saying I did, but physically, I can't take more than about 4 hours before I have got to shut it down and go lay down. That's part of why we've been sitting here talking for the last 40 minutes instead of cutting. I can't anymore right now. Yeah, so that's one thing that I have a couple of the knives in the box for is it's modern 440, and I'm really interested in seeing how modern 440 holds up compared to that 440 from 1980. You know, modern heat treatment, more dialed in heat treatment. Everybody knows what they're doing with it now. So, yeah, it should hold up better. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing. But yeah, I think it is time to go. Like, I need to go lay down. I am so shot out right now. So yeah, we'll wrap the stream up here, guys. Y'all have a good night. Um, I will let you guys know when the next one's happening. Yeah. Um, like I've got an email, but I don't check it very often. It's just kind of all centered on here. And again, like I'm not an expert on a lot of things, so there's going to be about a million questions I can't answer. But yeah, you guys have a great night. I am going to go lay down. I am officially cooked. Yeah, y'all have a good night, guys. I am tapping out. Yeah, the pizza box is about the 2 hour mark. All right, see you.